Hello, and welcome to Sleepy Science, where the glow of your screen softens into a lantern for the mind, and where even the heaviest thoughts are gently unpacked, one breath at a time. Tonight we're embarking on a quiet, slow-moving journey through the hidden effects of technology on your psychology, not in a loud way, not with flashing alarms or overwhelming facts, but with gentle wonder and quiet reflection, from the subtle rewiring of your attention span to the dreams that may no longer be entirely your own. From dopamine loops disguised as joy to invisible anxieties stitched into every ping and swipe, we'll explore how the tools we use every day may be shaping who we are in ways we barely notice. Tonight's episode is a soft unraveling of modern habits, of silent rewrites of memory, identity, and emotion, of how scrolling has replaced stillness, how notifications echo louder than inner thoughts, and how screens may blur the lines between what's real and what merely projected. So whether you are curled up beneath dim lamplight or wrapped in the quiet of a nighttime city, whether this is the end of your day or the pause between thoughts, I invite you to settle in. Maybe you're listening with closed eyes. Maybe you're staring at the ceiling, wondering why your thoughts feel fragmented lately. Or maybe you're just here for the comfort of soft science that asks good questions and lets you float gently among the answers. Wherever you are in the world, I'd love to know, what time is it? And what brought you here tonight? If you find these calm explorations help you drift or think or simply feel seen, I hope you'll leave a like or tap subscribe. It truly helps more thoughtful minds find their way to this quiet corner of the internet. Now take a slow, grounding breath. Let go of any pressure to focus perfectly or remember everything. And let's begin our serene descent into the fascinating, fragile intersection between human psychology and digital life. Shortened attention spans. You weren't always like this. Restless, jumpy, scanning but not seeing, clicking but not absorbing. And if you close your eyes and reach back far enough, you might recall a time when your attention felt whole, when you could sit with a book, a thought, or even silence, and let your mind settle like snow in a glass dome. But now, you blink, and you're somewhere else, phone in hand, tabs open, thoughts fragmented, unable to remember how you got from one sentence to the next. And the strange part is not that your attention is fractured, but that you barely notice it is happening, because it has been worn down slowly, imperceptibly, not stolen but bartered away, one notification at a time, one micro-distraction after another, until your ability to focus for longer than a few seconds starts to feel less like a skill and more like a forgotten instinct from another era. The science behind this change is not science fiction, and it doesn't rely on conspiracy or exaggeration, only on how your brain, designed to adapt, rewires itself based on what it repeatedly does. When you train it to jump, it forgets how to sit still, and when you feed it novelty in bursts, it unlearns how to digest slow, steady streams of meaning. The prefrontal cortex, the seat of complex decision, making and sustained attention, operates like a muscle. It strengthens with use, weakens with neglect. And MRI scans over the past 2 decades have started to reflect a worrying trend. Younger brains exposed to persistent digital interrupt yarns show altered gray matter density in areas related to impulse control and sustained thought, with some changes resembling those observed in individuals with ADHD, though acquired not genetically, but environmentally, engineered by design, by algorithms that prize speed over substance, clicks over comprehension. Attention in cognitive science is defined as the selective allocation of processing power, the ability to filter signal from noise. But when everything becomes signal, everything becomes noise. And in this haze of constant alerts and infinite scrolls, your mind loses its ability to prioritize, not because you're weak, but because the environment is stronger than your default biology. And unlike hunger or thirst, the depletion of attention doesn't announce itself with a scream, only with a silent inability to finish what you started. And this matters, not just for your productivity, but for your identity. Because the stories you tell yourself about who you are, what you value, what you believe, are built on sustained reflection. The kind of slow mental stitching that requires unbroken time to assemble patterns from fragments, meaning from moments, direction from chaos. But if your attention keeps resetting every 30 seconds, how do you even remember what story you were telling? It's not just that you forget facts, it's that you forget how to think deeply at all, and that erosion is quiet, cumulative, and existential. Studies show the average adult now switches digital tasks over 500 times a day, and each shift costs not just seconds, but cognitive residue, a leftover fog that makes subsequent tasks harder, and that fog, if chronic, becomes the new weather inside your head. What we used to call boredom has become unbearable, not because we're more curious, but because we've lost our tolerance for unfilled space. And yet, paradoxically, it is in boredom that the brain often incubates insight, creativity, and problem-solving, the very traits that define human ingenuity. And so in fleeing boredom at every turn, we may be forfeiting the very parts of ourselves that once made life feel rich and meaningful. You might think multitasking helps, that juggling multiple things at once makes you more efficient. But cognitive load theory tells a harsher truth. Your brain can't actually do two complex tasks simultaneously. It just switches rapidly between them, burning more glucose, inducing more fatigue, and processing each task more poorly, like a juggler who never quite catches anything. And over time, this mental fragmentation becomes emotional as well. You start to feel anxious not because there's too much to do, but because there's too little depth in what you're doing. And your nervous system, built to track coherence and continuity, starts to misfire in a world that offers neither. Even the way you read has changed. If shaped scanning, jumping from heading to heading, skimming rather than immersing, grazing rather than chewing. And in doing so, you may gain breadth, but lose depth, absorbing information without integration, collecting facts without wisdom. And it's not just a personal issue, it's societal. Democracies need informed citizens. And informed citizens need focused minds. Without attention, propaganda wins, nuance dies, and complex problems get flattened into binary slogans. Philosophers once argued that the quality of your life depends on the quality of your thoughts. But the quality of your thoughts depends on how long you can hold them. And yet there is hope, because attention, like muscle, can be rebuilt. Neuroplasticity runs both ways. Just as your brain adapted to constant interruption, it can adapt to presence, to monotask, to patience. But it requires effort, intention, a different architecture, reintroducing stillness, practicing boredom, setting boundaries with your devices not as punishment but as protection, and not in pursuit of some romantic return to the past, but to reclaim something timeless. The ability to be here, fully now, not scattered, but anchored. Because your attention is not just how you see the world, it's how you shape it. And every time you resist the pull to fragment, every time you stay with something a few moments longer, you are not just fighting distraction, you are remembering how to be whole again. Dopamine loops from social media. You probably didn't feel it happening. Not at first, because the earliest hooks were sugar, coated in novelty, framed in connection, wrapped in bright little hearts and tiny red badges that made your brain light up with the warmth of being noticed. And what began as a harmless scroll through photos or a quick check of messages slowly transformed into something more compulsive, more automatic, more deeply wired than you ever intended, until one day you looked up and realized hours had disappeared. Your thoughts felt scattered, and your sense of reward, your ability to feel satisfied, was no longer in your control, but hijacked by a system built on feedback loops you never consciously agreed to. At the center of this transformation lies dopamine, not the chemical of pleasure, as it is often mischaracterized, but the chemical of pursuit, of anticipation, of craving. And when social media platforms learned how to manipulate this ancient neurological system, they didn't just change how we use our phones, they changed how we feel motivation, how we interpret boredom, how we relate to achievement. and how we experience time itself. The key is in the unpredictability. Dopamine doesn't surge when you receive a reward, but when the reward is uncertain, when you might get a like, might get a message, might see something exciting, just one swipe away. And that variable ratio reinforcement schedule is the same mechanism that makes slot machines addictive, creating a cycle where your brain releases bursts of dopamine, not because something good happened, but because something could happen, which turns every swipe, tap, and scroll into a neurological gamble. Functional MRI scans confirm that these micro-interactions stimulate the brain's reward circuitry in patterns eerily similar to substance addiction, activating the ventral tegmental area, the nucleus accumbens, the prefrontal cortex. And while these aren't necessarily dangerous in isolation, when activated hundreds of times per Dalton Y, without conscious regulation, they start to rewire your motivation pathways, meaning your brain starts craving the chase more than the catch, leaving you in a permanent state of restless pursuit. What's most alarming is that these dopamine loops are not side effects. They are the design. Social media platforms, a A/B test everything, from the shape of buttons to the shade of red used in notification icons, with the explicit goal of maximizing time on site and return visits, because in the attention economy, your eyeballs are currency, and the longer they stay, the more profit is extracted, not from you, but through you. And just like any high-frequency reward system, this constant stimulation creates tolerance. The more your brain is flooded with dopamine spikes, the less responsive your receptors become, requiring even more stimulation to achieve the same motivational kick, which means the content must become faster, more shocking, more emotionally extreme to break through your desensitized baseline. This is why you feel drawn to scroll even when nothing interests you, why stopping feels uncomfortable, why silence feels empty, not because you are weak, but because your neurochemistry has adapted to expect constant micro hits of excitement, and in the absence of that stimulation, your system registers something akin to withdrawal. This feedback loop reshapes not just your behavior, but your identity. When your sense of relevance, value, or joy becomes tied to external digital feedback, your intrinsic motivation begins to erode, and soon, you find yourself checking your phone not out of curiosity, but out of compulsion. Not because you have something to say, but because you need to know if you've been seen. Over time, this reshapes how you interpret boredom, success, intimacy. Your expectations shift toward immediacy, toward quantifiable affirmation, and anything without instant feedback begins to feel dull, even pointless. Studies now show a rise in anhedonia, the reduced ability to experience pleasure in heavy social media users, particularly among teens and young adults. Not because they are depressed in the traditional sense, but because their reward systems have been recalibrated by an ecosystem that delivers stimulation without fulfillment. And here's the haunting part. Dopamine loops don't care about your values, your goals, or your well-being. They only care about what keeps you chasing. And in that chasing, your deeper needs, like genuine connection, creativity, and long-term growth, are often sidelined by the short-term reward of another ping, another view, another flickering reel. Some researchers now describe this as a form of digital behavioral conditioning, akin to Pavlovian training, where your phone becomes both the bell and the treat, and your role becomes the animal who salivates at its sound, even when you're not sure why. But the damage isn't just internal, it leaks into how you relate to others. Conversations become harder to sustain. Eye contact feels uncomfortable, your patience for depth wanes, and real world experiences begin to feel less than, unless they're documented, shared, and validated online. This phenomenon, called algorithmic hijacking, means your tastes, your emotions, even your desires are shaped by what performs well in the feed, not necessarily what resonates deeply with you, but what gets reinforced externally. And in that dynamic, your sense of self can become algorithmically sculpted, bent toward what trends instead of what fulfills. And if that sounds dystopian, remember, it's already happening. quietly, subtly, under the guise of entertainment and connection, but backed by neuroeconomic strategies that know more about your psychological triggers than most therapists do. Yet, there's a paradox in all of this. The very system that trains you to crave dopamine can also teach you to reclaim it, if, and only if, you become aware of the pattern, because dopamine is not evil. It's essential. It drives learning, love, curiosity, ambition. The problem isn't that we seek reward. It's that we've outsourced its control to platforms designed to exploit our biology. The first step to breaking the loop isn't deleting your account. It's recognizing the pattern, how you feel before you reach for your phone, what you're hoping to get, how you feel afterward. With that awareness, you can begin to rewire, not by force, but by redirection, replacing mindless loops with intentional rewards, redefining pleasure as something slow, deep, and personal. You can relearn patience, rekindle curiosity, rebuild the connection between effort and satisfaction. Not the shortcut satisfaction of a double tap, but the rich, quiet satisfaction that builds when your actions align with your values, and slowly your brain begins to respond. Dopamine starts firing not for novelty, but for mastery, not for validation, but for meaning. The path out of the loop is not a rejection of technology, but a redesign of your relationship with it. Not a war against dopamine, but a negotiation with it. One where you get to choose the terms. Because the truth is, your attention is not weak. Your mind is not broken. It has just been trained to chase the wrong cues. And once you see the loop for what it is, a trick of chemistry in code, you're no longer a passenger. You become the driver again. And in that shift, you don't just reclaim your time. You reclaim your will. Tech-induced anxiety. You don't need to be in danger to feel unsafe anymore. Just check your phone, scroll through a few messages you haven't answered. Notice the battery ticking down. Feel the phantom buzz that never happened. And watch as your heart rate subtly rises, not dramatically, not enough to trigger alarm, but just enough to unsettle, to flood your system with a sense of vague, persistent unease that has no clear cause and no obvious exit. Because this is no longer fear as evolution designed it, sharp and useful in the face of real threats, but anxiety born of systems you can't see and timelines you can't control. An anxiety native to the digital world, quiet but constant and entirely unnatural. This is tech-induced anxiety, not a symptom of overuse, but a transformation of how your nervous system interprets modern life. And it begins not with panic, but with pressure. The pressure to respond, to be available, to stay informed, to not fall behind, to maintain your digital identity, to remain visible, relevant, reachable. And all of this happens beneath your awareness, until rest starts to feel like irresponsibility, and silence starts to feel like failure. Unlike classic anxiety, which flares around specific fears, tech-induced anxiety thrives in ambiguity. It's not about one message, one notification, one missed call, but the accumulation of micro-stressors that never fully resolve. A to-do list that updates faster than you can complete it. An inbox that multiplies while you sleep. A feed that scrolls forever and still tells you you're late, behind, uninformed. And what makes it worse is that it's invisible. Most people don't recognize it for what it is, because the devices causing it are the same ones we rely on to function, connect, work, and relax. But beneath the interface, your body is keeping score. Studies show that heavy digital interaction correlates with elevated cortisol levels, disrupted circadian rhythms, and reduced heart rate variability, 3 key markers of chronic stress. And yet, the source is so normalized that few link their attention to the technology itself. The brain's limbic system, responsible for scanning threats, was built to respond to lions and cliffs, not group chats and unread messages. But the physiological response is the same: hypervigilance, muscle tension, shallow breathing, digestive slowdown. What's different is the trigger never ends. You're always on, always accessible, always processing fragments of information that demand your attention without offering resolution. This creates what psychologists call cognitive load saturation, the condition where your working memory is perpetually overloaded by irrelevant or conflicting stimuli, causing mental fatigue, irritability, and reduced executive function. And over time, your brain starts to rewire around this state, adapting not toward clarity or calm, but toward constant partial attention, a baseline anxiety masked as busyness. This is not hypothetical. Neuroscientists using EEG and fMRI imaging have documented shifts in brainwave patterns, specifically reductions in alpha waves, linked to relaxed alertness, and surges in beta waves, linked to arousal and worry. During and after intense digital interaction, the body too adapts. Tension becomes default, sleep becomes shallow, breathing becomes chest-driven and quick, creating a loop in which the mind tells the body it's unsafe, and the body confirms it by how it feels. What makes tech-induced anxiety so hard to notice is that it often mimics productivity. It feels like you are doing something, answering, replying, organizing, keeping up. But beneath the surface, your nervous system is in a low-grade state of crisis, unable to reset because the source of stimulation never disappears. The very tools designed to help you manage life start to manage you, dictating your tempo, your focus, your peace. And the moment you try to step away, the anxiety often increases. This is called withdrawal amplification, where the sudden lack of stimulation reveals the underlying dependence, like removing noise only to realize how uncomfortable silence has become. And this anxiety doesn't stay digital. It bleeds into your relationships, your sense of self, your sleep. You may feel inexplicably anxious upon waking, not because of a dream or upcoming event, but because your phone is waiting, and with it, the unresolved tension of 1,000 micro-demands. Tech-induced anxiety is not caused by evil machines or some dystopian plot. It's a side effect of a mismatch between ancient physiology and modern environments. Your body was not designed to process social feedback at scale, real-time criticism, global crisis updates, and artificial social hierarchies, all from a glowing slab that fits in your palm. The result is a subtle erosion of your emotional baseline. Joy becomes harder to access, calm becomes rare, and the future feels more overwhelming than it objectively is. Ironically, the tools meant to help you cope, productivity apps, mindfulness reminders, time tracking, often add to the very load they're meant to reduce, creating another layer of monitoring, another set of alerts, another signal to process. And because this anxiety is culturally reinforced, praised even in the form of hustle culture and hyper-responsiveness, it can be hard to step back without guilt. But the truth is, you are not weak for feeling overwhelmed. You are not broken. You are responding exactly as any healthy nervous system would under prolonged stimulation without rest. And healing doesn't mean quitting technology altogether. It means restoring your right to regulate how it enters your life. That begins with awareness, recognizing that the tightness in your chest, the constant sense of urgency, the feeling that you're never caught up, are not failures of willpower, but signs of environmental mismatch. It means creating boundaries, not because you lack discipline, but because you value your nervous system. It means learning to tolerate the discomfort of silence again, not because silence is comfortable, but because it is where clarity returns. Over time, with conscious practice, your system can begin to downshift. Cortisol decreases, breath slows, sleep deepens, focus returns, not through escape, but through intentional design. And perhaps most importantly, you remember what it feels like to be present without being watched, to exist without being pinged, to be alive without the constant anticipation of a next thing. That is not a luxury. It is your default state, buried, but not lost. And each moment of stillness you reclaim is not just resistance. It's repair, fear of missing out. It doesn't start with envy. It starts with awareness, a glance, a highlight reel, a perfect snapshot that slides across your screen and plants a question in your mind so subtle you don't notice it at first. Am I falling behind? And that question doesn't shout. It hums, quietly, persistently, underneath everything you do, until your peaceful evening feels hollow. Your accomplishment feels smaller. Your moment of rest begins to itch, like you're wasting it. And what you're experiencing isn't just insecurity. It's a modern psychological phenomenon deeply rooted in evolutionary biology, but amplified by algorithms. A tension called fear of missing out, or FOMO, which transforms your perception of time value and belonging into something urgent, performative, and chronically comparative. FOMO didn't originate with social media. It's an extension of a social survival instinct that once kept early humans close to the tribe, where exclusion could mean danger, isolation could mean death. But in today's hyper-connected digital ecosystem, where curated lives stream past your eyes at every moment, that primal fear no longer keeps you safe. It keeps you unsettled, constantly second, guessing your choices, wondering whether some other life, some other room, some other version of you is living more fully while you stand still. Psychologists have studied the neurochemical foundation of FOMO and found that it activates the brain's pain and reward centers simultaneously, producing a strange cocktail of social anxiety, craving, and aversion that can make you feel both drawn to and exhausted by online life. When you see someone post a success, an event, a gathering, your brain reads it not as a passive update, but as an active exclusion, a marker of opportunity lost. And that perception triggers stress hormones like cortisol and norepinephrine, alongside surges of dopamine, meaning your body simultaneously registers threat and potential reward, putting you in a state of agitated readiness, ready to act, click, buy, chase, without ever resolving into satisfaction. This is why FOMO is not just emotional, it's behavioral. It drives you to say yes when you should say no, to scroll long after you're tired, to check even when nothing's there, to keep up appearances even when you feel empty. Because missing out doesn't just mean losing an event, it starts to feel like losing identity, losing relevance, losing ground in a race you don't remember entering. And the architecture of social media makes this worse by design. It amplifies the most extraordinary moments, removes context, conceals effort, and places you in a constant one-sided comparison where you're measuring your behind the scenes against everyone else's greatest hits. Neurologically, this creates something called social signal overload, where your brain, constantly bombarded with upward comparisons, begins to perceive scarcity where none exists, risk where there is none, and exclusion in the very act of observation, because we are hardwired to care about social positioning, and the digital world exposes us to more positioning cues per hour than our ancestors would have encountered in a year. In one study, participants exposed to curated social feeds reported increased loneliness, reduced life satisfaction, and a distorted sense of how their peers were actually spending time, believing others were more socially active, more successful, more emotionally fulfilled, despite no change in actual social dynamics. And FOMO isn't just personal, it's political, economic, and cultural. It drives consumerism, encourages overcommitment, fuels misinformation, because missing the real truth feels intolerable, and even affects decision-making in financial markets, where traders act not based on data, but on the anxiety of being the last to know. The fear of missing out on opportunity becomes a substitute for evaluating whether the opportunity even aligns with your goals. And here's where the trap tightens. The more you act from FOMO, the less your actions reflect your authentic self, and the more disconnected you feel from your own choices, because they're no longer grounded in your values, but in reaction to someone else's highlight. Over time, this can lead to a psychological state called existential drift, where you feel busy but aimless, engaged but unfulfilled, socially saturated but emotionally distant. Your calendar fills, but your soul doesn't. And yet, when you try to unplug, another fear emerges, the fear of being forgotten, of becoming irrelevant, of disappearing. This is how FOMO evolves into what some psychologists now call FONMO. The fear of not mattering online, a more existential version of digital anxiety that makes you feel that silence equals insignificance. So what's the way out? Not detachment, not deletion, but recalibration. Learning to distinguish between presence and performance, between choosing and reacting, between engagement and entrapment. It begins by acknowledging that missing out is not only inevitable, it's essential. Every decision is a missed opportunity. Every yes is 1,000 silent no's. And instead of fearing that, you can begin to trust it. Because what you're missing is not your life. What you're missing by chasing everything is your life. When you reclaim your attention, when you embrace absence, you start to rebuild an internal compass that isn't swayed by what others are doing. This doesn't mean ignoring the world. It means observing it without losing yourself in it. You begin to ask, is this choice for me or for my audience? Is this desire mine or borrowed? Is this urgency real or manufactured? And with each honest answer, the volume of FOMO begins to lower, not disappear, but lose its grip. You realize that not being there doesn't make you less real, that not knowing everything doesn't make you uninformed, that being untagged doesn't mean you didn't matter, because the most meaningful things in life often don't make it to the feed. They happen in quiet rooms, in unphotographed moments, in places algorithms can't reach. And ironically, the more present you become in your own life, the less you fear missing someone else's. That is not withdrawal, it's awakening. The cure for FOMO is not more information, it's more intention. And once you learn to miss out on purpose, you stop chasing presence and start embodying it. Digital amnesia. You might think your memory is intact because your phone remembers everything. But that illusion is precisely the problem. Because while your device stores your photos, passwords, directions, birthdays, grocery lists, contacts, and even thoughts, your brain is slowly letting go of the very processes that once made recall a daily mental workout. And the strange part is that you don't notice this decay as it's happening. Not because it's subtle, but because it's outsourced, disguised as convenience, until the day you reach for a fact you once knew and find a blank space instead. Not due to aging, illness, or stress, but because your mind no longer sees remembering as its job. This quiet erosion is what neuroscientists now call digital amnesia, a cognitive phenomenon in which reliance on external digital devices leads to a measurable decline in the brain's active encoding and retrieval functions, especially for everyday knowledge and personally relevant information. While memory has always been shaped by tools, from oral storytelling to written language, never before have we delegated so many layers of cognitive effort to machines that not only store data, but automate reminders, filter relevance, and make decisions on our behalf. And with that delegation comes disuse. In cognitive psychology, there's a principle known as the use it or lose. It affects neurons that fire together, wire together. But those that remain idle begin to wither. And your hippocampus, the brain's central memory formation hub, is no exception. Studies using functional MRI have shown that frequent use of digital assistants, such as GPS over personal navigation or calendar alerts over internal tracking, leads to decreased activation in hippocampal and prefrontal areas during memory tasks, meaning your brain is literally deferring work to devices even when it is still capable of doing it. And this doesn't just affect what you remember, it affects how you think. Memory is not a filing cabinet. It's a living, dynamic process of synthesis, association, and meaning making. When you recall a fact, you're not just accessing data. You're reconstructing it, contextualizing it, evaluating its relevance, and folding it into your current self. You get the output without the internal process. And over time, that process grows weak, like a muscle atrophied from disuse. This is not about nostalgia for the old ways. It's about understanding how memory underpins identity, imagination, and even emotional resilience. When you remember something personally, deeply, contextually, you build mental scaffolding that connects events, decisions, and emotional states. It helps you navigate life with a sense of continuity and coherence. But when you offload that memory, you lose not just the detail, but the structure around it. Digital amnesia breaks that scaffolding, making each day feel more disconnected, each event more isolated, each experience harder to place in a meaningful timeline. And the result? A life that feels blurrier, less coherent, more like fragments than a story. This is especially true among younger generations, who have never lived without digital dependency. Studies show that Gen Z participants are more likely to forget basic information, such as phone numbers, addresses, or even recent tasks within hours or days. Not because they're less intelligent, but because their brains have adapted to expect that information to always be retrievable on demand, externally. In one experiment, participants asked to remember a fact were significantly less likely to do so if they believed the fact would be saved on a computer, even if they didn't access the file. The belief alone reduced memory performance. This is the Google effect, and it's not just a clever name. It's a measurable rewiring of expectation, where the brain no longer prioritizes encoding if it believes the data exists elsewhere. But while memory outsourcing seems harmless, its long-term effects are far-reaching. Emotional processing, for instance, depends on reflective memory. Your ability to recall past emotions, decisions, and consequences is what helps you regulate future behavior. When that memory becomes faint or fragmented, so does your emotional compass. Likewise, creativity thrives on recombination, taking old ideas and remixing them into something new. But if the ideas never lodge deeply enough to be recalled organically, your creativity becomes shallow, reliant on external stimulation instead of internal recombination. Digital amnesia doesn't make you blank, it makes you reactive. You think less about what you know and more about where to find it. Your intellectual confidence begins to shrink, not because you're incapable, but because you've stopped verifying what lives in your mind versus what merely passes through it. And socially, this creates a strange irony. In an age of infinite access, people report greater forgetfulness, not less. Why? Because memory is not just about storage. It's about prioritization. The brain encodes what it deems important, and what's constantly retrievable loses its urgency to be remembered. So even meaningful moments, like conversations, experiences, or ideas, get washed away in the flood of searchable noise, not because they lacked value, but because they lacked scarcity. We remember what is rare, what is difficult, what is revisited. But when life becomes scrollable and searchable, memory fades because nothing feels rare anymore. And there's a subtle emotional toll in that fading. You start to feel detached from your own past. You begin to question whether certain moments really mattered. You lose the sense of growth that memory provides, because growth requires reference points. Without memory, you live in a constant present tense, reacting instead of reflecting. And here's the haunting part. The more you outsource your memory, the more your memory system shrinks in function, not physically, but functionally. Like a librarian who stops learning the books, because everyone uses the catalog. And yet, there's hope in this realization, because memory is plastic. It responds to attention, intention, and repetition. You can rebuild it, not by rejecting technology, but by using it differently. Write things down by hand. Review without searching, test your own recall, retell your stories to others, reflect deliberately, retrieve often. These practices reawaken the neural pathways of memory, signaling to your brain that storing and synthesizing are still valuable. And more importantly, you regain a sense of authorship over your own life, not just living it, but remembering it as something uniquely yours. Because memory is more than storage, it's selfhood. It's the thread that connects who you were, who you are, and who you might become. And digital amnesia, while silent and invisible, severs that thread unless you choose to weave it back together, consciously, consistently, and with care. Overstimulation desensitization. There comes a moment, often quiet and unnoticed, when the extraordinary begins to feel ordinary, when things that once thrilled, moved, or disturbed you no longer pierce the surface of your mind. And it's not because life has become dull, but because your system is saturated, overstimulated, and numbed not by absence, but by excess, until even the brightest colors begin to fade, and the loudest messages start to echo into silence. And this creeping numbness, this invisible flattening of emotional and sensory response, is what researchers now refer to as overstimulation desensitization, a psychological and neurological shift that doesn't simply reduce sensitivity to input, but fundamentally alters how you experience reality itself. You weren't built for this much input, this many alerts, this many decisions, this many images flashing past your eyes, per minute, this many people talking at once, this much content compressed into so little time. And yet every scroll, every autoplay video, every rapidly shifting headline trains your nervous system to adapt, not by strengthening but by protecting you from the flood, which it does by numbing your response, dulling your perception, and teaching you to disengage not from boredom, but from survival. Sensory overload isn't new. It's a biological signal that something in the environment is too much to process. But what's new is that we now live inside the overload continuously, immersed in a digital architecture that never stops broadcasting stimulation across your eyes, ears, fingers, thoughts, and emotions, creating what neurocognitive researchers describe as a chronic activation of the salience network, a system in the brain that filters and prioritizes what deserves your attention, and when that network is triggered too often, too intensely, without rest. The brain's solution is to start ignoring everything, not just the irrelevant, but also the meaningful. Functional MRI scans now show that constant exposure to rapid, emotionally charged content, from doom-scrolling news to clickbait reels to algorithm-optimized entertainment, leads to reduced activity in regions responsible for deep emotional processing, particularly the amygdala and ventromedial prefrontal cortex, suggesting that your ability to feel deeply is being neurologically downregulated by the very environment you spend hours in each day. But the consequences of desensitization aren't just emotional, they're existential. When nothing hits as hard as it used to, when even beauty begins to feel like background noise, when tragedy blurs into spectacle, when joy feels faint and less exaggerated, what part of you is still alive in the way that matters? Studies on overstimulation show that the brain's dopaminergic system, the circuitry responsible for motivation, novelty, and pleasure, becomes dysregulated under constant bombardment of stimuli, leading to something researchers call hedonic adaptation failure, where the baseline for satisfaction keeps rising, while the actual capacity to feel it declines. This is why people report feeling less happy, despite consuming more entertaining, exciting, or high-quality content than ever before. It's not a lack of stimulation, it's a surplus that collapses the nervous system's ability to register contrast. In essence, you lose your emotional resolution. Your ability to distinguish between truly moving and merely loud diminishes. And slowly, your internal world flattens. You stop seeking depth because your system has learned that nothing sustains it. You might still cry, laugh, rage, but these emotions become brief bursts without echo, like sparks in a rainstorm. And just like physical overstimulation leads to sensory processing fatigue in children with autism or sensory disorders, digital overstimulation leads to emotional fatigue in the general population, a subtle but pervasive emotional numbness, where everything feels slightly too much, and yet somehow not enough. Even creativity suffers, because it requires contrast, silence, and space for incubation, conditions that overstimulation devours. Think of how ideas come not in chaos, but in stillness, not while you're scrolling, but while you're staring at nothing, and yet overstimulation ensures you never reach that stillness. You're too busy reacting to feel, too flooded to think, too surrounded to reflect. And this is not just personal, it's cultural. An overstimulated society becomes apathetic, not because it doesn't care, but because it's neurologically incapable of holding attention long enough to act. Activism becomes a trend, outrage becomes aesthetic, compassion becomes performance. Everything becomes a flash, a flare, then a fade. And in that fade, something precious is lost. Your ability to care deeply, repeatedly, lastingly. Some call this compassion fatigue, others call it dopamine burnout. But beneath the labels is a shared truth. The system you live in teaches you to disengage in self-defense. And so, to protect yourself from the overload, your mind builds armor. But that armor blocks joy as well as pain, wonder as well as sorrow. And here lies the true cost. A life where you feel less not because you are broken, but because you've been too awake, too long, to too many things that never resolved, never slowed, never ended. But all is not lost. The brain is adaptive, and just as it has learned to numb, it can relearn to feel. Recovery from desensitization begins with deliberate reduction, not in input quality, but in input quantity. You begin to cultivate silence not as absence, but as space. You relearn to do one thing at a time. You turn off notifications. You stare out the window without music. You read something slowly without skimming. You watch a movie without checking your phone. You reintroduce boredom as the birthplace of depth, and slowly, the system resets. You start to feel again, first faintly, then fully. The song hits harder, the sunset moves you, a quiet moment fills you in a way no stream ever did. This is not a regression. It's a return, not to the past, but to presence. A presence capable of registering the subtle, the nuanced, the slow. A presence that remembers that stimulation isn't the same as meaning, that louder isn't deeper, and that life, real life, isn't a highlight reel, but a gradual unfolding that can't be fast forwarded. And in that remembering, you reconnect with the part of yourself that was never numb, only waiting. Decrease deep focus. There's a strange kind of restlessness that's become so familiar you no longer notice it. A fluttering beneath your thoughts. A pressure to move on before anything truly begins. A subtle itch to switch tabs. Check your phone, skim a paragraph, refresh the feed. Because somewhere inside, something tells you that if it doesn't grab you instantly, it's not worth staying with. And yet that impulse, so small, so frequent, so automatic, is slowly eroding one of the most vital capacities of your mind. Deep focus, the ability to remain immersed, uninterrupted, within a single stream of thought, long enough for it to transform you. What you're losing isn't just attention, it's presence, patience, depth. And what makes this loss so difficult to detect is that the surface still looks active. You're engaging with more content than ever, absorbing more headlines, more videos, more data points. But consumption isn't comprehension, exposure isn't understanding, and multitasking isn't mastery. Deep focus is what happens after your mind stops wandering and begins to settle, after the noise clears, after the urge to flee fades. And it is in that settling that true insight, creativity, and meaning emerge. But in today's cognitive climate, that settling rarely happens, not because you're incapable of it, but because the world you inhabit is structured to prevent it. Every platform, every notification, every design element in your digital environment is optimized not for your depth, but for your return. Attention has become the currency of the attention economy, and deep focus doesn't pay well. So instead, you are nudged, baited, interrupted, redirected, and slowly, your brain learns that staying still is not rewarded. Research in cognitive neuroscience shows that the average attention span for sustained reading or contemplation has dropped significantly in the last 2 decades. Not due to innate changes in intelligence, but due to environmental conditioning. Studies using EEG and fMRI have revealed a startling pattern. When people engage in task switching, moving from email to chat to social media to news to music, their prefrontal cortex, responsible for planning and sustained attention, lights up in brief scattered bursts rather than sustained activity. This means the brain is constantly reorienting, recalibrating, resetting, not focusing, and each switch, though it feels fast, incurs what's called a cognitive cost. It takes time and energy to re-enter a thought with depth. Multiply that by hundreds of micro-switches per Dalton Y, and you begin to see why sustained focus feels harder. Not because your brain is broken, but because it's being trained to reset before it can root. The problem deepens when this becomes internalized. Many people now report difficulty reading even a single page without checking something else. Books sit unfinished. Articles get bookmarked and never reopened. Conversations drift, thoughts fragment. And over time, this creates a psychological environment where silence feels uncomfortable, effort feels unnatural, and depth feels inaccessible. But deep focus isn't just about productivity or academic concentration. It's about the quality of your inner life. It's the mechanism through which you hold complex ideas, build self-awareness, experience flow states, and reflect on who you are. Without it, life becomes a series of fragments, shallow dips into meaning that never quite take hold. You become more reactive, less reflective, more informed, but less integrated. And this fragmentation has emotional consequences too. Anxiety increases because your mind, conditioned to distraction, struggles to sustain calm. You begin to fear the very space that deep focus requires. Space without novelty, without noise, without quick feedback. And in that fear, you retreat further into stimulation, which offers comfort, but not fulfillment. This cycle isn't just personal. It's systemic. Educational systems increasingly report that students struggle to engage with long-form material, not because they lack ability, but because they lack endurance. Employers observe that younger workers often require more direction, more check-ins, more stimulation to stay engaged. Even hobbies that once demanded concentration, like learning an instrument, painting, or journaling, are replaced by passive consumption. And so across society, the muscle of attention atrophies. But here's the hopeful truth. The brain can rebuild it. Neuroplasticity means that focus, like any skill, can be strengthened through practice. The key is deliberate, uncomfortable effort. You begin small, reading a few pages without stopping, writing a paragraph without switching tabs, sitting in silence for 5 minutes. These actions sound trivial, but they are resistance training for the mind, and slowly, the muscle of focus returns. Not easily, not quickly, but powerfully. Because the rewards of deep focus are not just cognitive, they are existential. When you focus deeply, you feel yourself arrive. You reconnect with the part of you that is not fragmented. You enter a space where thought unfolds slowly, richly, without needing to perform. And in that space, you remember that attention is not just what you give to the world. It is what you give to yourself. It is the soil from which insight, empathy, and originality grow. It is the thread that connects now to next. And when you protect it, when you build it, you reclaim your capacity to shape not only what you know, but who you are. Because in the end, you become what you pay attention to. And when you can no longer focus deeply, you lose access not just to ideas, but to identity, meaning, and peace. The good news is this: the world may be noisy, but your mind is still yours. And every time you choose to stay a little longer, resist a little more, and sink a little deeper, you are rebuilding something sacred. Something slow, quiet, and necessary. Something the world cannot monetize, but your soul cannot live without. Constant reward seeking. It starts innocently enough. An urge to check, to click, to see if there's something new waiting for you. A message, a like, a comment, a win, a ping, a laugh, a thrill. And before you even realize it, this habit, once occasional, becomes a rhythm, a pattern your nervous system begins to crave. Not because it's meaningful, but because it's predictable. And over time, your brain stops chasing rewards that matter and starts chasing rewards that arrive quickly. And this, in essence, is the trap of constant reward seeking, a psychological loop fueled by instant gratification, where attention, motivation, and even identity become tethered not to values or goals, but to the next available hit of stimulation. At the heart of this shift is a powerful biological mechanism, the dopaminergic system, a network of neurons primarily rooted in the midbrain that controls your sense of wanting, drive, and pursuit. Contrary to popular belief, dopamine isn't the chemical of pleasure, it's the chemical of anticipation, of expectation, of motivation. And when you engage in behaviors that deliver rewards quickly and unpredictably, like scrolling through social media, opening loot boxes in games, checking email compulsively, or chasing sales notifications, this system lights up like a signal flare, reinforcing the action and creating a neurological association between the behavior and the thrill of what might be next. This reinforcement loop, when repeated over time, begins to rewire the brain's reward pathways, strengthening synaptic connections around short-term pursuits while weakening the circuits responsible for delayed gratification, sustained effort, and long-term planning. And this rewiring has visible consequences. In fMRI studies, individuals with high reward seeking behavior show increased activity in the nucleus accumbens, the brain's reward hub, but decreased connectivity to the prefrontal cortex, the region responsible for impulse control and future-oriented thinking. In simpler terms, the more you feed the instant reward system, the harder it becomes to pause, reflect, and resist. It's not a question of willpower, it's a shift in how the brain calculates value. This is why checking your phone feels easier than finishing a chapter, why starting a new show is easier than completing one. Your brain is optimizing for novelty, not meaning. And in this optimization, something deeper is lost. The ability to persist through boredom, to build tolerance for uncertainty, to extract joy from slow, effortful progress. You may begin to notice that nothing quite satisfies you anymore, that rewards feel thinner, pleasures more fleeting. This is because dopamine isn't designed to make you feel fulfilled. It's designed to keep you searching. In a healthy system, that search is grounded in purpose, the drive to build, to learn, to connect. But when hijacked by environments designed to exploit your reward circuitry, the search becomes endless and empty. App designers, marketers, game developers, and content algorithms are acutely aware of this. That's why platforms use variable rewards, intermittent reinforcement schedules that keep you hooked, not by guaranteeing a reward, but by keeping it uncertain. It's the same principle that makes slot machines so addictive. You never know when the next spin might hit. This unpredictability makes the behavior harder to extinguish, a phenomenon rooted in behaviorist psychology and confirmed by decades of research. But the digital age has weaponized this principle across every domain of your life. Notifications appear just frequently enough to keep you checking. Likes and views are delayed, just enough to keep you coming back. Games offer small, escalating rewards with random intervals. Even educational apps now include points, badges, and streaks, not to deepen engagement, but to manipulate dopamine. And over time, your sense of progress becomes decoupled from actual growth. You start chasing the symbol of reward, not the substance. You might find yourself checking analytics more than creating, chasing feedback more than mastery, refreshing endlessly in search of a spike that never truly satisfies. And here's where the danger deepens. As the brain adapts to constant reward seeking, it undergoes what neuroscientists call reward prediction error recalibration, a state where baseline dopamine levels shift and your threshold for satisfaction rises. In this state, rewards that once felt fulfilling no longer hit as hard, leading to a subtle, creeping discontentment that pushes you to seek even more stimulation, creating a vicious cycle of craving without contentment. You might begin to notice it in your restlessness, the inability to sit still, the compulsion to open a new app the moment boredom appears, the fading joy of previously meaningful activities. And socially, this shift has ripple effects. Conversations become shorter, relationships become shallower, work becomes reactive rather than intentional. You start living from ping to ping, reward to reward, moment to moment, disconnected from the slower, richer arcs of life that unfold over time. And perhaps the most insidious effect is that this cycle begins to feel normal. You forget what depth felt like, what unbroken focus felt like, what it meant to work on something for its own sake, not for a click or a clap. But there is a way back, because just as the brain adapts to constant reward seeking, it can also readapt to deeper, slower, more meaningful forms of engagement. The key is to begin interrupting the loop. You start by noticing it, catching the urge to check, the twitch to switch, the hunger for feedback, and then you introduce intentional friction. You remove autoplay. You delay gratification. You create space between impulse and action. You build rituals that anchor your attention, journaling before checking, walking before scrolling, creating before consuming. And slowly, you begin to find pleasure not in the spike, but in the stretch, the long arc of effort, the quiet satisfaction of process. Over time, your dopamine system recalibrates. Your mind regains its ability to rest in effort, to enjoy complexity, to find fulfillment in the very act of staying. And from there, something profound returns. The sense that you are not just reacting to life, but shaping it. That your attention is not a resource to be mined, but a compass to be followed. And with each small act of resistance, each time you choose the deeper path, you reclaim not just your brain, but your time, your purpose, and your peace. Because in the end, constant reward seeking doesn't just steal your attention, it steals your anchor. And when you relearn how to anchor yourself in presence, in process, in patience, you no longer need the world to reward you every second to feel alive. You become the source, and that changes everything. Sleep disruption from screens. You don't realize it at first because the light is soft, the glow familiar, the screen warm with color and motion, pulling your gaze gently toward it in the quiet hours of the night. But behind that glow, behind every late scroll, binge, watch, reply, and click, there is a subtle war unfolding inside your biology, a silent disturbance that doesn't shock the system but slowly wears it down. And that disturbance is this. Your brain cannot sleep while your screen is awake. And the longer your digital windows remain open past dusk, the more fragmented, shallow, and fragile your rest becomes. Not just in duration, but in quality, in depth. In the brain's ability to repair, file, and reset. The science behind this is clearer than ever. Your body is governed by a circadian rhythm, a 24-hour internal clock that regulates your sleep, wake cycles, hormone release, body temperature, and cognitive performance. This rhythm is tightly controlled by the suprachiasmatic nucleus (SCN) in your hypothalamus, which responds to light cues from the environment, especially to short, wavelength blue light. And here lies the critical issue: screens, particularly those from phones, tablets, and laptops, emit large amounts of artificial blue light, which mimics daylight and suppresses the secretion of melatonin, the hormone that signals to your brain that it is time to wind down. Just 2 hours of screen exposure in the evening can reduce melatonin production by up to 23%. According to studies from Harvard Medical School, delaying sleep onset by 30 minutes or more, and decreasing overall REM sleep, a phase crucial for memory consolidation, emotional processing, and neural detoxification. What this means in practice is that you may go to bed late, lie in darkness, unable to settle, wake more often, dream less vividly, and rise feeling unrefreshed, even if you technically slept for 7 or 8 hours. The deeper reality is this: your brain needs darkness to prepare for deep rest. just as it needs silence to prepare for reflection. And every night you flood it with digital light. You teach it confusion instead of calm. This isn't just about the light, though. The content matters too. Watching emotionally charged videos, reading heated comment threads, checking stressful messages. These activate the amygdala and prefrontal cortex, flooding your system with stress hormones like cortisol, adrenaline, and dopamine, all of which increase alertness and heart rate, pulling you further from the parasympathetic rest and digest state your body needs to enter sleep. It is a physiological contradiction. You are lying in bed, but your mind is in battle. And when this pattern becomes routine, sleep becomes not a sanctuary, but a struggle. Over time, this leads to what researchers call social jet lag, a chronic mismatch between your natural circadian rhythms and your social or behavioral habits, resulting in daytime sleepiness, irritability, impaired memory, weakened immune function, and even increased risk for anxiety and depression. In longitudinal studies, individuals who consistently use screens late into the evening show higher rates of insomnia, shorter sleep duration, and more fragmented sleep architecture. And these effects aren't just present in adults. Children and adolescents, whose brains are still developing, are even more susceptible. Exposure to screen light at night delays the onset of puberty, alters mood regulation, and is strongly correlated with academic decline and attention difficulties. Yet the cultural momentum pushes in the opposite direction. Screens are everywhere, always on, always available, from late-night gaming sessions and midnight TikTok loops to replying to emails at 1 a.m. The digital world does not sleep, and increasingly, neither do we. In many ways, screens have become both the tool of productivity and the thief of recovery. They stimulate us when we should be still. They inform us when we should be dreaming. And perhaps most dangerously, they normalize this disturbance, make it seem harmless, even necessary. We tell ourselves we're just unwinding, just catching up, just relaxing. But neurologically, the opposite is happening. Your sympathetic nervous system stays active. Your brainwaves remain in beta state, associated with active thinking, and your limbic system continues processing digital stimuli long after you've turned off the screen. Even if you fall asleep, your mind doesn't fully let go, and that lingering tension can bleed into your dreams, your morning mood, your ability to focus the next day, over weeks, months, years. This adds up, not just to fatigue, but to a dulling of mental clarity, emotional resilience, and even empathy. Because sleep isn't just rest, it's repair. It's the time when your brain clears metabolic waste through the glymphatic system, resets synaptic connections, and integrates emotional memories into coherent narratives. When that process is interrupted, your entire self-processing system is compromised. You don't just feel tired, you feel lost, scattered, thin. So what can be done? The answer isn't to vilify screens, but to respect the rhythms they disrupt. You begin by reclaiming the hour before sleep, not as an afterthought, but as a sacred transition. Replace the harsh blue glow with warm, dim lighting. Replace notifications with silence. Replace swipes with stretches, information with introspection. Create a wind-down ritual that cues your body and mind that it's time to shift. Read physical books. Journal your thoughts. Practice slow breathing. Set boundaries around screen time, not as a punishment, but as an offering to your deeper self. And if you must use screens late into the evening, use blue light filters or night shift modes. But know they only reduce the impact. They don't remove it. The real shift happens when your relationship with rest changes, when you no longer treat sleep as the leftover hours after the day is done, but as the foundation upon which your day is built. Because every function of your life, your memory, your mood, your learning, your immune system, your sense of meaning, all depend on the depth and quality of your sleep. It is not optional. It is not passive. It is essential, and when you protect it, you begin to notice something beautiful. Your thoughts sharpen. Your emotions soften. Your days gain weight and color and coherence. You feel more yourself, and it all begins with that one decision: to let the screen sleep before you do. Because when your world goes dark, your brain finally sees the stars again. Not the glowing pixels of curated lives, but the quiet constellations of your own. And in that darkness, you don't just recover energy, you recover clarity, creativity, and connection. The very things screens often promise. But only sleep can truly deliver. Emotional numbing via content saturation. It starts as background noise, a song you don't love but let play anyway, a video you half watch while eating, a headline that flashes by before you blink. And somewhere in the middle of that overstimulated blur, something strange happens. You stop feeling much of anything at all. Not because life has gone numb, but because your nervous system has been overwhelmed by a flood of content too constant to process and too shallow to satisfy. And so your emotional filters start to shut down for survival, like a dam protecting the village from a storm that never ends. In this new normal, you are not avoiding your emotions. They're being overwritten, drowned out by a relentless stream of digital impressions that strike without depth and fade without reflection. This isn't just poetic metaphor. It is neuroscience. The human brain evolved to deal with a manageable range of stimuli, with moments of high intensity punctuated by long stretches of calm, silence, and processing. But in the age of infinite scrolling and autoplay, that rhythm is shattered. Your limbic system, especially the amygdala and anterior cingulate cortex, regions responsible for emotional salience and empathy, get pinged again and again by dramatic videos, tragic headlines, viral arguments, shocking images, and personal updates, all tangled together in one undifferentiated feed. And when that happens, those systems begin to adapt, not by feeling more, but by tuning out. Emotional numbing isn't a flaw, it's a feature of cognitive exhaustion. Studies from institutions like Stanford and MIT have shown that when people are exposed to emotionally provocative content in rapid succession, they experience what's called compassion collapse, the inability to feel or act in response to suffering, not because they don't care, but because the neural pathways for caring are saturated. This effect has been replicated again and again. Exposure to 10 sad stories evokes less empathy than one. Seeing too many faces in pain makes people less likely to help even one of them. But it goes deeper, because it's not just tragedy that causes numbing. It's excess of all kinds. When every video is designed to hook, every thumbnail to entice, every scene to deliver a jolt of emotion, the baseline of your emotional register rises, and real life starts to feel flat. A quiet conversation can't compete with a trending clip. A sunset feels empty compared to a curated travel reel. Even your own milestones feel small next to algorithmically optimized content. Over time, the brain builds a tolerance, not just to digital stimuli, but to life itself. This is why joy feels distant, why sadness feels muted, why people scroll past genocide and kittens with the same thumb. Emotional numbness is not apathy, it's overload. And in this new ecosystem, even joy becomes difficult to access. Dopamine, the neurotransmitter of pleasure and motivation, gets constantly triggered by likes, comments, memes, and novelty. But when it is activated too often, dopamine receptors downregulate, and suddenly, what once delighted you barely moves the needle. This is called anhedonia, the inability to feel pleasure. And it's becoming increasingly common in populations with high screen time and content exposure. In parallel, cortisol, the stress hormone, remains elevated due to constant news exposure and digital urgency, making your body feel under siege even when nothing's wrong. So you oscillate between overstimulated and disconnected, between tense and numb, never fully present in either. And the worst part, you start blaming yourself. You wonder why you can't feel like you used to, why movies don't hit as hard, why you scroll for hours and feel empty. why beauty feels distant. But it's not your fault. Your mind wasn't built for this. It wasn't made to hold thousands of opinions, images, and emotional shifts in a single sitting. It wasn't made to respond empathetically to 5 crises in 5 minutes. It wasn't made to flatten wonder into a loop. But there is a way back, and it starts with reclaiming emotional space. The antidote to content saturation is not just less input, it's deeper input. It is slowness, stillness, single tasking. It's listening to a song without doing anything else, watching a film without your phone, looking at a painting and letting it affect you, reading one story slowly, feeling fully. Neuroscientific research shows that mindfulness practices, where attention is focused on a single stimulus without judgment, can reawaken emotional sensitivity, increasing activation in the insular and medial prefrontal cortex, which are associated with self-awareness and emotional resonance. Over weeks, this can restore what the feed dulled. Your capacity to feel deeply, to cry freely, to laugh uncontrollably, to be moved by small things. Emotional numbing is not permanent, it is reversible, but it requires intention. You must give your mind fewer things to process and more time to reflect. You must learn to say no to the flood and yes to the quiet, because emotions are not data, they are waves, and waves need space to rise and fall. When you allow silence back into your life, something beautiful happens. Feelings return, not all at once, but like birds coming back after a storm. You begin to feel the tremble in a voice, the weight in a pause, the warmth in your chest when someone says your name with kindness. These moments, small and invisible to the feed, become your compass. They remind you you're human, that you're not meant to be efficient, optimized, or always on. You're meant to be present, even if it means being vulnerable, even if it means feeling too much. Because in that rawness, there is truth, and in that truth, there is life. So if you find yourself numb, disconnected, lost in the loop, don't panic, just pause. Turn the feed off. Step outside, close your eyes. Take a breath so deep it fills the space content never could, and feel what's left. Not as content, but as contentment. Not as input, but as insight. Not as performance, but as presence. Because the world doesn't need another perfect post, it needs more people who can feel again, who can be moved again, who can hold sadness without drowning in it, and joy without needing to capture it. And maybe, just maybe, that starts with you, sitting in the stillness, heart open, mind quiet, and finally, fully alive. Algorithmic behavior shaping. You didn't choose that song. Not really. Not the video that played after it. Not the article you clicked next. Not the ad that made you pause. Not even the question you suddenly found yourself typing into a search bar that moments earlier hadn't crossed your mind. And yet each of those micro decisions felt like yours, like quiet whispers of free will, when in reality, they may have been soft nudges shaped by algorithms that learn you better than you learn yourself. Systems so intricately tuned to your digital footprints that they can map your desires before you consciously name them, tilting your choices like an unseen hand, resting ever so gently on the scale. This isn't science fiction. It's the daily infrastructure of modern life. At its core, algorithmic behavior shaping refers to how machine learning systems, especially those embedded in search engines, social media platforms, recommendation systems, and e-commerce, can subtly, or not so subtly, steer your decisions, beliefs, routines, and even identity through a continuous loop of prediction, feedback, and optimization. The algorithm observes you, predicts what will hold your attention, presents it, then learns from how long you engage, what you ignore, what you hover on, and adjusts again. The result, a self-tightening spiral, where your future behavior is influenced by a pattern of predictions based on your past self, narrowing your perception of what's possible, interesting, or even true. And it's not neutral, because these algorithms are not built to show you what's good for you, or what's real, or even what's new. They're built to maximize engagement. And engagement thrives on what's familiar, emotional, confirming, and sensational. Over time, this dynamic begins to shape not just what you see, but how you think, creating a digital environment where your opinions are reinforced, your beliefs are rarely challenged, and your view of the world becomes more extreme, more fragmented, more clickable. In psychology, this aligns with a concept called the availability cascade, a self-reinforcing cycle in which repeated exposure to certain ideas makes them feel more valid. When the same memes, narratives, or outrage loops are algorithmically prioritized and shown to you again and again, they don't just feel common, they start to feel true. Studies at MIT, Stanford, and the Max Planck Institute have demonstrated how content curation algorithms affect user attitudes over time, particularly in political, ethical, and social issues. Participants who were exposed to algorithmically selected, confirmation, biased content over a period of weeks became measurably more polarized in their opinions, even when the initial opinions were weak. It's not simply that the algorithm reflects your views, it amplifies them, it escalates them, it fossilizes them, and in doing so, it reshapes you. But perhaps the most unsettling part is this: the algorithm doesn't need to manipulate your beliefs directly to shape your behavior. It just needs to shape your attention. What you attend to determines what you value. What you value influences what you do. Over time, even the smallest shifts in what content gets one more second of your gaze can accumulate into large-scale behavioral patterns. What you buy, who you trust, what you fear, what you believe is normal. It's choice architecture, invisibly constructed around you until you can't tell where your preferences end and the system's design begins. For instance, when Netflix Auto plays the next episode, it is not just offering convenience, it is shaping your night. When TikTok drops the perfect next clip, it's not just chance, it's the result of 1,000 variables stitched into a predictive model of your attention. And when Amazon shows you people who bought this also bought, it is not just sales, it's social proof, behavioral economics, and collaborative filtering wrapped into a simple suggestion that often bypasses conscious deliberation. This is how behavior is guided not by persuasion, but by design. And the more seamless the design, the less you notice you are being guided at all. In behavioral psychology, there's a concept called nudging. Introduced by Richard Thaler and Cass Sunstein, small interventions in the choice environment that can change behavior without removing options. Algorithms are the ultimate nudge machines. They don't limit your choices. They just reframe them, reorder them, filter them, highlight some, hide others. And in doing so, they redefine what looks like a choice. You didn't choose not to read that article that never showed up. You didn't choose not to meet that idea the system filtered out. And you didn't choose to become the person who never saw the paths that were never offered. This is where algorithmic shaping becomes philosophical. Because if your worldview, your values, your actions are gradually molded by invisible hands you didn't authorize, what remains of autonomy? What remains of identity? In a world where every decision is subtly influenced, can you ever be sure where your will ends and the system begins? And this isn't just an individual concern, it's societal. Algorithmic shaping doesn't just alter personal behavior, it scales. It builds group behaviors, movements, divisions. It influences elections, social trends, economic decisions, even collective emotions. The 2018 Facebook emotional contagion experiment, where emotional tone in users' news feeds was manipulated to measure emotional spillover, demonstrated that algorithmic tweaks could change the mood of hundreds of thousands of people without their awareness. If a system can alter mass mood without consent, what else can it alter? But the answer is not panic. The answer is awareness. Because algorithms are not evil, they're mirrors. And like all mirrors, they can be distorted or clear. They reflect not just your data, but the priorities of those who built them. And when you understand that, you reclaim something powerful: choice. you can interrogate the feed. You can ask, why am I seeing this? Who benefits from this narrative? Is this really what I think, or what I've been shown to think? You can diversify your inputs. Resist the ease of the echo chamber. Break the loop. Platforms like Mozilla's Regrets Reporter and Browser Plug-ins like Untrack Me allow users to see how algorithms are shaping what they consume. Tools like DuckDuckGo or Brave create search experiences without behavioral profiling. These are small acts of resistance, but they matter because awareness changes engagement, and engagement changes outcomes. Remember, the algorithm doesn't force you, it invites you, but you can decline. You can pause before you click. You can follow curiosity instead of confirmation. You can seek the unfamiliar. You can protect the sacred space of your attention, like a garden from which everything else grows. And perhaps most importantly, you can be gentle with yourself. Because if you felt manipulated, distracted, outraged, numbed, or steered, it's not a moral failure, it's by design. And the design is brilliant, but so are you. And the more you understand it, the more you regain the authorship of your own narrative. Not as a data point, but as a person who sees, a person who chooses, a person who, even in the middle of invisible architecture, can still find a way to walk their own path, slowly, freely, mindfully, away from what's predicted and toward what's true. Echo chamber formation. You rarely notice the walls being built because they don't arrive all at once. They rise slowly, invisibly, not from bricks and mortar, but from clicks and silence, from the things you choose to see and the things you never knew were hidden, from the content that echoes your beliefs and the absence of what might have challenged them. Until one day, without even realizing it, you find yourself living in a hall of mirrors, surrounded by voices that sound like yours, ideas that feel safe, truths that never argue back, and a sense of certainty that's become so complete, it feels like clarity. But it's not. It's containment. The formation of what social scientists call an echo chamber, a cognitive and emotional environment where your views are continually reinforced, while opposing perspectives are algorithmically filtered out, leading not only to polarization and closed-mindedness, but also to a quiet erosion of curiosity itself. At its root, an echo chamber isn't merely about avoiding disagreement. It's about being insulated from the conditions that make genuine thought possible. Friction, nuance, contradiction, doubt. When you are exposed only to information that aligns with your existing beliefs, the brain's reward systems light up, creating a feedback loop that feels intellectually satisfying but emotionally addictive. Functional MRI studies have shown that when individuals encounter affirming information, areas of the brain linked to pleasure and identity become active, while disconfirming data often activates the insula, a region associated with pain, disgust, and self-preservation. Meaning your brain doesn't just disagree with opposing views, it defends itself from them, sometimes aggressively. And over time, this neurological polarization becomes a psychological one, where alternative views don't just feel wrong, they feel threatening. And technology didn't invent this tendency, but it supercharged it. Before the digital age, your worldview was naturally shaped by a mix of voices, neighbors, co-workers, teachers, newspapers, with different editorial leanings. But now, with algorithmic personalization, you're more likely to see posts, articles, and videos tailored to your digital behavior, shaped by engagement metrics that prioritize what you're most likely to click, not what you most need to hear. In fact, studies from the University of Oxford and Pew Research Center show that users on major social media platforms are increasingly likely to engage with homogeneous content bubbles, especially on platforms like Facebook, YouTube, and TikTok, where recommendation systems feed you more of what you've already interacted with. This creates an illusion of consensus. If everyone in your feed agrees, you assume everyone in the world does too. And if someone dares to post a dissenting opinion, they're often unfollowed, muted, blocked, or attacked. Not necessarily because they're wrong, but because their presence disturbs the aesthetic of ideological harmony. This self-curation, combined with platform design, forms the architecture of the echo chamber. It's important to note that echo chambers aren't always political. They can form around lifestyle choices, health beliefs, cultural preferences, even conspiracy theories. Flat Earth communities, for instance, thrive not because of persuasive evidence, but because of communal reinforcement. Members validate each other emotionally, framing skepticism as persecution and doubt as virtue. The same mechanism explains the persistence of anti-vaccine groups, extreme fitness subcultures, or digital minimalism echo chambers that vilify anyone who uses social media wrong. The key ingredient isn't accuracy, it's emotional alignment. And when that alignment is reinforced daily, with no dissonant chord ever allowed to sound, you stop playing the symphony of thought and start looping a chorus of certainty. The deeper cost of this isn't just intellectual, it's interpersonal. Echo chambers train us to dehumanize the other side. When we never hear from people who disagree, or only see them portrayed as caricatures, we stop seeing them as complex humans. Psychologically, this leads to out-group derogation, a process by which we subconsciously assume moral or cognitive superiority over those who disagree. This is why political arguments online escalate so quickly, why nuance gets crushed under the weight of slogans, and why debate feels more like war than dialogue. It's not because people are inherently hateful, it's because they've been trained to see dissent as danger. But the echo chamber doesn't just affect your opinions, it reshapes your capacity to form them. Over time, constant affirmation creates intellectual laziness. You stop interrogating your own beliefs. You stop asking why. You stop growing. Philosophers have long argued that the examined life is the only one worth living, but you can't examine what you're not allowed to encounter. And here lies the tragedy. Many people trapped in echo chambers don't know they're trapped. To them, the chamber is the world. It feels complete. It feels honest. It feels safe. And so, they go years, sometimes decades, without realizing that their entire worldview has been shaped not by truth, but by design. So how do you escape a prison you can't see? The first step is doubt, not of yourself, but of your feed. Ask, what am I not seeing? What voices are absent here? Who benefits from my certainty? Then, seek intentional dissonance. Subscribe to outlets you disagree with. Follow people who challenge you with compassion. Don't engage to win, engage to understand. Practice steel manning, the opposite of straw manning, where you try to articulate the strongest possible version of an opposing argument before responding. And recognize that disagreement isn't disrespect. It's the soil in which better ideas grow. From a neurological perspective, exposing yourself to diverse perspectives literally increases cognitive flexibility, the ability to shift between different modes of thought and integrate new information. This is what keeps your mind supple, your empathy alive, your worldview evolving. But you also need to build emotional resilience, because stepping out of the echo chamber means facing discomfort. You'll feel disoriented. You'll doubt things you once believed. Absolutely. You'll lose the warm fuzziness of belonging that echo chambers provide. But what you gain is far richer agency, growth, and perhaps a deeper kind of belonging, one grounded in truth rather than tribalism. For educators, platforms, and developers, the solution lies in design ethics. Recommendation engines can be built to introduce constructive friction, sprinkling in content that respectfully challenges views. Platforms can prioritize accuracy over engagement. Users can be nudged toward variety rather than virality. And society at large can relearn the value of disagreement as a public good rather than a personal attack. But all this starts with awareness. The echo chamber doesn't collapse from force. It dissolves through illumination. You dissolve it by noticing its boundaries, by reaching beyond what's comfortable, by choosing curiosity over confirmation, and by remembering that truth, by its nature, doesn't need to be echoed to be real. It only needs to be heard. And when you hear it, when you truly allow yourself to hear it, you may find that the world outside the echo is not as terrifying as you feared, but more alive, more complicated, more human than you imagined. You may find that the silence between the echoes holds something precious, the chance to think again, to see again, to understand, and to choose not what was echoed, but what was true. Addiction to notifications. You don't realize when it begins, because it never begins all at once. It begins with a single vibration, a soft glow, a red dot that pulses like a heartbeat on your screen, an interruption disguised as importance. And soon, the interruption becomes a rhythm. The rhythm becomes a reflex, and the reflex becomes your default state of being. You reach for your phone before your eyes adjust to morning light, check for updates before you've spoken a word, and find yourself waiting for a ding, a flash, a ping. Not because you're expecting something urgent, but because your brain now expects the expectation itself. A loop forged not by urgency, but by conditioning, by design, by something deeper than habit, addiction. And not just any addiction. This one is silent, insidious, engineered with precision, shaped not by chemicals alone, but by algorithms, behavioral psychology, and neuroeconomics working together to hijack your attention and rewire your brain's reward circuitry until a life without notifications begins to feel like a life without breath. In the architecture of our digital environments, the notification is not just a feature, it's a hook, a needle, a nudge disguised as a necessity. The average person now receives over 80 push notifications a day, according to data from analytics platforms like Localytics and Statista, and each one is a tiny experiment in behavioral manipulation. When your phone lights up, your brain releases dopamine, the same neurotransmitter involved in drug addiction, gambling, and other compulsive behaviors. Not because of the content itself, but because of the anticipation. This is called a variable reward schedule, a concept first studied in lab rats by psychologist B.F. Skinner, who discovered that unpredictable rewards lead to more persistent behavior than predictable ones. When you check your phone, sometimes you find something rewarding, a like, a message, a mention, and sometimes you don't, but it's the unpredictability that keeps you coming back. This is the same mechanism that makes slot machines so addictive, and in many ways, your phone is a slot machine. Each swipe, each tap, each unlock a spin of the reel, a chance to be noticed, to be needed, to feel alive. But over time, this loop reshapes your brain. Neuroscientific studies, using fMRI scans, show that chronic notification exposure leads to hyperactivation of the brain's salience network, the system that determines what you pay attention to, and a corresponding decrease in the activity of the prefrontal cortex, the area responsible for sustained focus and impulse control. In other words, the more you live by notifications, the less capable you become of deep thought, reflection, or even boredom. And boredom, contrary to what we're taught, is not a flaw, it's a fertile space for creativity, introspection, and rest. But when notifications fill every quiet moment, you no longer have a chance to be bored. You become allergic to stillness. Your mind, conditioned to expect interruption, begins to create its own if none arrives. You check your phone not because it buzzed, but because it hasn't. You refresh your inbox, your feed, your alerts, looking for something, anything. That might give you that fleeting hit of relevance, and this constant scanning fragments your attention into shards. The cost isn't just wasted time, it's lost depth. Relationships suffer when presence is diluted. Sleep is disrupted when blue light mimics daylight, and cortisol levels spike before bed. Productivity drops when context, switching between tasks, is normalized. And worst of all, your sense of agency fades. Because the more you react to notifications, the less you choose your own cognitive path. You're not steering, you're being steered. And this isn't just a personal issue, it's a societal one. When everyone is constantly interrupted, collective attention becomes impossible. Political discourse devolves into noise. Empathy gets drowned out by outrage, nuance disappears. In classrooms, Students struggle to complete tasks without checking devices. In workplaces, deep work becomes rare. In homes, dinner tables glow with screens instead of stories. And through it all, the notification reigns. A tiny digital emperor that demands your gaze, your thought, your time. But it doesn't have to, because like any addiction, the power of notifications lies not in their presence, but in your unconscious permission. Awareness is the first key. Ask yourself, do I check or do I react? Do I control this device or does it control me? Then take small steps. Disable non-essential notifications. Use focus modes, schedule check, in times rather than being always on. Create friction. Make it harder to unlock your phone, to access apps, to mindlessly scroll. And most importantly, rediscover silence. Let it stretch. Let it feel uncomfortable. Then, let it feel liberating, because beneath that silence lies something sacred. Your attention, whole and undivided, ready to be given, not stolen. And as you reclaim it, you'll begin to notice a shift. Colors feel richer. Conversations go deeper. Moments last longer. You'll look up and see not just the world, but your place in it. No longer dictated by dings and pings, but chosen, crafted, lived. And maybe, just maybe, the next time your phone buzzes, you'll pause, not because you're resisting, but because you've remembered something more valuable than any alert. Your time is not a feed. Your worth is not a badge. Your presence is not a reaction. It's a choice. And that choice is always yours. Digital comparison culture. You rarely notice the moment it begins. Because digital comparison doesn't announce itself with a siren. It arrives as a whisper, a flick of your thumb, an innocent scroll through a glowing screen where lives look brighter, bodies seem fitter, relationships appear purer, and accomplishments are displayed like trophies in a never-ending highlight reel. And before long, you're no longer just observing. You're measuring, judging, shrinking. This culture of digital comparison, quietly cultivated by platforms that reward visual perfection and emotional brevity, is not simply a byproduct of social media. It is its currency. In evolutionary terms, comparison once had utility. It helped us assess threats, find partners, gauge status, and ensure survival in small social groups. But the brain that evolved in tribes of 150 is now exposed to curated personas of thousands, sometimes millions, filtered and fine-tuned through algorithms, designed not to reflect truth, but to maximize engagement. What you see is not reality. It is a mirror made of glass shards, each one angled to reflect only the most flattering, the most thrilling, the most desirable moments of another person's life. And yet, knowing this doesn't stop the emotional machinery. Neuroscientific research shows that comparison activates the brain's default mode network, especially areas like the medial prefrontal cortex, which governs self-referential thought. This means that every time you scroll, your brain subtly asks, "Where do I stand?" And the answers, distorted by illusion, rarely land kindly. Studies from the University of Pennsylvania and Stanford have linked excessive social media use with increased symptoms of depression, anxiety, and low self-esteem. Not because of the time spent, but because of the emotional frame it fosters. You're not just watching, you're being watched. You're not just comparing, you're being compared. Every post becomes both performance and perception, and your self-worth slowly intertwines with metrics, likes, follows, views, comments. Numbers begin to speak louder than reflection. Value becomes quantifiable, shareable, monetizable, and in that subtle shift, something sacred erodes. You no longer ask, "Am I growing?" but "Am I winning?" And the game you think you're playing was never yours to define. The tragedy is that the images you see don't even reflect the inner lives of those who post them. Behind the sunset photos may be loneliness. Behind the abs may be disordered eating. Behind the smiling couple may be unspoken tension. But you don't see that. You see what's meant to be seen. And so you begin to craft your own version you pose. You filter, you crop out the chaos, and over time, even you can't tell where your life ends and your profile begins. This is digital comparison culture. Not just a comparison of others, but a comparison of yourself to your idealized avatar. You become both critic and curator, caught in an endless loop of self-surveillance. The result is not motivation, it's paralysis. Psychologists refer to this as self-discrepancy theory, where the gap between your actual self and your perceived ideal self becomes a source of chronic distress. You feel you're falling behind, not just in career or lifestyle, but in joy. You feel like everyone else is living more vividly, more meaningfully, more fully, and you begin to mistake being seen for being loved, being followed for being known. This warps not just how you feel, but how you behave. Decisions once rooted in curiosity are now influenced by optics. Experiences are planned not for fulfillment, but for shareability. Even private moments are captured with the potential for public display in mind. Weddings, meals, workouts, travels, all staged, tagged, and tracked. And so, life itself becomes a performance. The backstage vanishes. Authenticity feels risky. Vulnerability becomes currency, packaged as relatable content that still fits within aesthetic norms. And if you choose to step away, to live quietly, to not post, to not compare, you risk invisibility. In a world where relevance is equated with visibility, silence can feel like erasure. But that's the illusion, because what truly matters doesn't need a feed. The laughter shared in a room with no cameras, the book that moved you even if no one saw, the early morning walk where your thoughts finally felt your own. These moments don't go viral, but they go deep. They don't trend, but they last. Reclaiming yourself from comparison begins with remembering that your value isn't something others can confirm. It's not cumulative. It doesn't increase with praise or diminish with someone else's success. You can be happy for them and still be whole. You can admire without envying. You can grow without performing. One of the most liberating realizations is that not every beautiful thing needs to be shared, and not every moment needs to be captured. You are not in a race. You are not behind. You are not incomplete because someone else looks complete. The highlight reels you see are edited with care, crafted with intent, and yet they're never. Comparison, when left unchecked, steals your joy, distorts your direction, and fragments your sense of self into something dependent. But there is a way back. Limit your scroll not to disconnect from others, but to reconnect with yourself. Journal your thoughts, not for likes, but for clarity. Celebrate small wins silently. Make art that no one sees. Take photos that stay in your memory, not your gallery. Speak to someone without announcing it. And slowly, the noise fades. The measuring stick shrinks. You return to your own timeline, your own rhythm, your own worth. And when you next glance at that polished post, that filtered photo, that viral video, you'll smile. Not because you feel less than, but because you've remembered. Their journey isn't yours. Their glow doesn't dim yours. And the most meaningful life isn't the one most seen. It's the one most felt. Scroll-Induced Depression. You don't feel the weight all at once. Instead, it settles quietly, like dust collecting on a forgotten shelf. A dullness that begins behind the eyes, a heaviness in the chest that has no specific origin. And as you sit there, scrolling through image after image, post after post, video after video, you think you're just passing time, but something deeper is shifting. Something subtle and invisible. Your mood, your thoughts, your sense of meaning. And this is how Scroll-Induced Depression begins. Not with an explosion, but with erosion. You reach for your phone, not because you're curious, but because you're restless. Not to learn, but to escape. And what meets you on that endless feed is a mosaic of highlights, disasters, filtered joy, and algorithmically selected pain. Each slice of content nudging your emotions, bending your perspective, silently shaping your day. And you rarely stop to ask, why does this make me feel worse? At its core, scrolling offers a synthetic sense of engagement. It gives your eyes motion, your fingers purpose, your mind distraction. But it does not nourish. It does not ground. And unlike genuine human interaction, it rarely reflects your inner reality. Neuroscientifically, every flick of the thumb activates the brain's reward system, with the anticipation of novelty, a mechanism that once helped our ancestors survive, now repurposed to keep us glued to glowing rectangles. But unlike natural stimuli, this flood is constant and overwhelming, leading to overstimulation and emotional fatigue. Studies from Harvard Medical School and the University of Michigan have shown a consistent link between high screen time and increased levels of depressive symptoms, especially among those who passively consume content rather than interact meaningfully. But correlation is not just about time, it's about the nature of what we consume. Doom scrolling, the compulsive habit of consuming negative news or distressing media, is one of the most potent contributors to emotional numbness and hopelessness. Your mind, built to process threats in small doses, becomes inundated with tragedy. After tragedy, your empathy stretched thin, your resilience drained, and even when the content isn't tragic, the effect can be just as insidious, because social comparison, sensory overload, and fragmented attention are emotional parasites, feeding on your ability to feel present and whole. You start your day with a feed full of success stories, beauty filters, engagement announcements, new houses, vacations, promotions, all filtered through the unspoken question, what have you done lately? Without meaning to, you begin measuring your ordinary against someone else's extraordinary, forgetting that you're comparing your raw footage to their highlight reel. Your morning coffee doesn't taste the same when someone else's breakfast looks like a 5-star meal. Your apartment feels smaller after scrolling past luxury interiors. Your achievements feel insufficient when others seem to be constantly winning. And what's worse is the silent algorithm, quietly learning what hooks you, what holds you, and feeding you more of the same. If a post makes you pause, even if it stings, it gets replicated. If a headline unsettles you, it becomes a theme. If an influencer's perfect body triggers your insecurity, they'll appear again, and again, and again, and again. And so the scroll becomes not just a behavior, but a cycle. Dopamine spike, emotional dip, momentary distraction, deeper discontent. Over time, your emotional baseline drops. You feel more tired, more hollow, more disconnected, and yet you continue scrolling, hoping perhaps that the next post, the next video, the next something will offer a spark, a lift, but it rarely comes. What's more haunting is how this digital fog seeps into offline life. You lose the ability to enjoy a quiet moment because it doesn't offer stimulation. You struggle to read a book because your attention span has been sliced into 15-second increments. You find it hard to rest because your brain is trained to expect a constant stream of novelty. Psychologists have observed that prolonged exposure to rapid, emotionally charged content can result in what they call learned helplessness, a condition where individuals feel incapable of changing their situation, despite having the means to do so. You become a spectator in your own life, reacting instead of acting, consuming instead of creating. Even your sleep is impacted, not just by the blue light of the screen, but by the residual emotional agitation that makes rest elusive. Your dreams become chaotic, your mornings heavy, and still, the habit continues. Why? Because scrolling is easy, because facing silence is hard, because being alone with your thoughts is harder still. The truth is, scrolling doesn't just induce depression, it replaces the conditions that once protected us from it. We are social creatures built for connection, movement, reflection, and presence. The scroll offers the illusion of all four, but delivers none. You feel connected, but grow isolated. You feel entertained, but grow numb. You feel informed, but grow confused. And the more you scroll, the more you forget how to just be. But there is a path out. It doesn't begin with deleting your apps or throwing your phone into the sea. It begins with noticing. Noticing when the scroll no longer feels like choice. Noticing how your body tenses, how your breath shortens, how your mood dips. It begins with creating space. 5 minutes of stillness, 10 minutes of reading, a walk without earbuds, a moment of eye contact, a meal without photos. It begins with returning to things that don't demand attention but invite it. A quiet room, an old book, a real conversation. Slowly, the fog begins to lift. You remember what it feels like to feel deeply. You rediscover the joy of boredom, the creativity in slowness, the grounding in imperfection. You begin to reclaim your mind, not as a container for content, but as a living, breathing space of your own. And in that reclamation, the scroll loses its grip. The feed quiets, the silence grows warm, and you, finally, begin to feel again. Multitasking mind fragmentation. You weren't always split into fragments. There was a time when your thoughts moved like a river, slow and whole, meandering through single tasks with quiet purpose, anchored in the present, unbothered by the tug of competing demands. But something changed, didn't it? You don't remember when the switch flipped, but now your mind is a shattered mirror. Each piece reflecting a different urgency, emails unanswered, conversations half-read, tabs overflowing with forgotten intentions, and beneath it all, a gnawing feeling that you're constantly behind despite always doing something. Multitasking was once celebrated as a modern virtue, a sign of efficiency, intelligence, adaptability. But science quietly whispered a different truth, that your brain is not built to handle multiple cognitive streams at once. And what feels like simultaneous action is actually rapid task switching, a neurological juggling act that bleeds time, drains focus, and exhausts the very core of your mental energy. Functional MRI scans show that when you jump from one task to another, there's a measurable lag. The brain's prefrontal cortex, responsible for decision making and attention, needs time to reorient. Meaning that every time you switch from writing an email to checking a message, you lose mental momentum. And the more often you do this, the more fragmented your attention becomes. This is called attention residue, and it lingers like background noise, preventing you from ever fully sinking into deep work, from entering the flow state, where ideas are born, where creativity lives, where meaning is made. Instead, you drift on the surface, reacting instead of creating, checking instead of reflecting, touching everything and holding nothing. And it begins to show, not just in your productivity, but in your emotional health, your memory, your patience, your sense of presence. You forget things more easily. You struggle to finish what you start. You feel perpetually overwhelmed, not because you're doing too much, but because you're doing too many things at once, and none of them fully. The modern world reinforces this fragmentation through design. Notifications light up your phone like a slot machine, each one demanding instant response, each one breaking your chain of thought. Apps are built to keep you hopping between content streams, never resting long enough to focus. Even meetings and social interactions are riddled with distractions, where eyes flicker to screens and thoughts scatter mid-sentence. And yet, because everyone else seems to be operating this way, you question your own fatigue. You think maybe you're just not efficient enough, not organized enough, not disciplined enough, and so you push harder, multitask more, and the fragmentation deepens. But here's the quiet truth. Multitasking isn't a skill to master, it's a trap to escape. Studies from Stanford and MIT have shown that heavy multitaskers are actually worse at filtering out irrelevant information, worse at organizing thoughts, and worse at switching tasks efficiently. Over time, the brain rewires to prefer novelty over depth, speed over substance. And this rewiring doesn't just affect how you work, it reshapes how you think. You lose tolerance for stillness. You grow restless in quiet. You find it harder to read books, to follow long conversations, to daydream, to reflect. Your cognition becomes shallow, like a pebble skipping across water, never sinking. And beneath the surface of all this noise, something more existential begins to erode: your sense of self. Because identity is not formed in motion, it's formed in meaning. Without time to think deeply, you become reactive instead of reflective, driven by external inputs rather than internal values. You start to mistake busyness for purpose. Notification counts for relevance, and activity for progress. But none of it satisfies, does it? At the end of the day, despite all the motion, you still feel empty. Like you've been everywhere and nowhere at once. That emptiness is the cost of fragmentation. And it's not just personal. On a societal level, a culture addicted to multitasking becomes a culture unable to listen, to pause, to think critically. Decisions are made in haste. Ideas are shared without context. Relationships become transactional. Even empathy becomes thin, as attention becomes a limited resource, too fractured to sustain emotional depth. The antidote isn't simply doing less. It's doing with intention. It's reclaiming monotasking as an act of rebellion against fragmentation. It's protecting stretches of uninterrupted time like sacred ground. It's turning off notifications, not as a productivity hack, but as a spiritual boundary. It's practicing presence, not as a buzzword, but as a return to wholeness. And yes, it's hard, especially when the world is loud and fast and relentless. But your mind wasn't built for this speed. It was built for connection, for wonder, for sustained inquiry. When you give yourself that space again, when you focus deeply on one thing, you begin to notice things you hadn't before. The subtle cadence of your own thoughts, the weight of a single sentence, the way your attention can settle like dust in sunlight, and slowly, like a puzzle reassembling, your mind becomes whole again. Not perfectly, not instantly, but enough to remember what it feels like to be fully here, to be undivided, to be you. Surveillance-Induced Self-Censorship. You don't need to be actively watched to change your behavior. All it takes is the possibility, the suggestion, the quiet hum of awareness that somewhere, someone might be observing, and suddenly your thoughts rearrange themselves before they even reach your mouth. Your jokes are softened, your criticisms are diluted, your truth is edited, and the wild edges of who you are begin to file down, not because anyone told you to, but because you told yourself not to be risky, not to attract attention, not to make it harder than it already is. This is the quiet tyranny of surveillance-induced self-censorship, a form of invisible psychological control where the cage is not made of bars but of glances, logs, algorithms, and the subtle pressure of knowing that your digital footprint never truly fades. You begin to pause before liking a post, hesitate before resharing a controversial thought, draft and delete messages, not because they're wrong, but because they might be seen as suspicious, inconvenient, inappropriate, or simply misinterpreted in a world where context is stripped by the speed of information. Surveillance in the modern era is not only about cameras on street corners or satellites mapping the globe, it's about the mental shift that occurs when the observer doesn't need to act for you to feel the pressure. It's the chilling effect that begins not with suppression, but with internal negotiation. Should I say this? Will this be taken out of context? Who might see this later? What will this mean for my job, my visa, my family, my future? And so begins the retreat. Not into silence, but into safe zones, into approved scripts, into flattened language that carries no risk, no sharpness, no real identity. Over time, this chronic self-monitoring turns individuals into their own censors, their own wardens, their own editors, as they preemptively smooth out the edges of their speech, art, humor, and resistance, not out of obedience, but out of adaptation. And adaptation, in this case, is not survival. It is the erosion of authentic expression, the slow death of psychological freedom. Because in a world of permanent records and algorithmic memory, where a decade-old tweet can ruin a career, where search histories are stored, where facial recognition makes anonymity obsolete, it feels logical to tread lightly, to be cautious, to blend in. But with every self-redaction, a piece of the self is lost. And eventually, you may forget what you would have said if you weren't always filtering. Surveillance, in its modern form, does not demand silence. It manufactures compliance through hypervisibility. When you know your actions are being recorded, archived, and possibly judged by future systems you don't control, you start optimizing your personality, not for truth, but for acceptability. This is not a conspiracy. It is a measurable phenomenon in psychology, often referred to as the chilling effect, where expression diminishes in environments perceived as surveilled. But it runs deeper than policy and law. It reshapes creativity, intimacy, and dissent. A watched space is not just a controlled space, it becomes a normalized performance. The internet, once envisioned as a playground for radical ideas, has become a stage, and every user a performer balancing between authenticity and risk management. This isn't only about authoritarian states or dystopian futures. It happens in democratic societies every day. Employees avoid expressing political opinions online, fearing employer backlash. Students write essays tailored to ideological safety. Artists soften their messages for fear of demonetization or deplatforming. Individuals curate identities not to express but to survive. The paradox is painful. The more we share, the more we fear exposure. The more we connect, the more we conceal. The more we are visible, the more we feel the need to disappear behind a mask of safety. And the saddest part is that this self-silencing doesn't feel like oppression. It feels like maturity, like responsibility, like being careful, when in fact it's the corrosion of spontaneous thought. Surveillance breeds conformity, not by force, but by psychological preemption, by making you internalize the watcher until you no longer need to be told what not to say. You simply don't say it, not because it's illegal, but because it's risky, not because you're not allowed, but because it's easier not to. And in that moment, a dangerous threshold is crossed, the line between protection and paralysis. Think about what that means for a generation growing up in digital public. Kids who learn that every photo, every message, every slip of emotion is potentially permanent, possibly punishable, perpetually visible. How do you develop a sense of self when every step of identity formation is potentially watched, rated, or archived? How do you explore your edges when experimentation is risky, when failure is not forgotten, when growth is penalized retroactively? In such a climate, expression becomes calculation. What remains is a culture of polished personas, echo chambers of acceptability, and minds that hesitate before dreaming aloud. And this is not theoretical, it's traceable. Researchers have shown that people alter their search queries when reminded they're being monitored. Whistleblowers have revealed the extent of data collection by governments and corporations alike. And case after case confirms the reality, from activists silenced by vague laws, to comedians self-editing their routines, to citizens choosing silence over exposure. The watchers don't need to punish everyone. They only need to instill enough fear that most will punish themselves. And this fear isn't always dramatic. It's often subtle, ambient, normalized. You learn to live with it. You adapt your tone. You sanitize your ideas. You call it professionalism, or diplomacy, or good judgment. But underneath, something vital begins to wither. The courage to say what you mean. The strength to be misunderstood. The fire of dissent. Surveillance-induced self-censorship is not the loud crash of censorship. It is the slow fade out of originality, the quiet burial of unpopular truths, the death of danger in art, the reluctance in laughter, the hesitation in criticism. And perhaps most dangerously, it creates a double consciousness, the outward, acceptable self and the inward, suppressed self, fracturing the individual into two performances, one for the watchers and one for the mirror. So the next time you delete a comment before posting, hesitate before liking something too edgy, rewrite a message to sound safer, ask yourself, not just what you are afraid of, but who taught you to be afraid in the first place. Because the ultimate triumph of surveillance is not making you obey, it's making you forget you had something different to say at all. Reality confusion from deepfakes. You once believed that what you saw with your own eyes was the ultimate proof of reality. That if someone showed you a video, played you a recording, presented you with the clear image of a face speaking words into a camera, it was real, it had happened, it was undeniable. But we are now stepping into a dimension where the ancient trust is breaking down, where reality itself becomes elastic and vulnerable, not through silence or azure, but through flawless imitation, because deepfakes are not just fabrications, they are reality impersonators so precise, so vivid, so technically convincing that even the most discerning human mind can no longer tell whether what it is seeing is a document or a performance, a record or a fabrication, an event that occurred, or one that was simulated to appear as if it had. And this collapsing boundary between authentic and artificial is not merely a technical problem, but a psychological, societal, and existential unraveling of our shared contract with truth, where the real danger lies not in what is falsely believed, but in the growing inability to believe anything at all. Because when every face can be forged, every voice can be cloned, every gesture replicated down to the muscle twitch and blinking pattern, then no image, no clip, no statement can stand unchallenged. And in that environment, truth doesn't disappear. It drowns in a flood of synthetic possibilities that look just as real, feel just as true, and spread just as fast. And as a result, your cognitive foundation begins to erode, not because someone lied to you, but because you can no longer distinguish between lies and memories, between something you watched and something someone wanted you to think you watched. And this creeping uncertainty seeps into your relationships, your beliefs, your perception of events, and even your own sense of identity. Because if your own face can be inserted into videos you never made, if your voice can be used to say words you never spoke, if your loved ones can be shown doing things they never did, then the line between who you are and how you're perceived becomes dangerously porous. And the consequences are not theoretical, they are legal, social, emotional, political. Because deepfakes can frame people for crimes, manufacture consent, falsify history, sway elections, destroy reputations, incite violence, or simply drain your confidence in everything you see. And in doing so, they do not just manipulate reality, they mutate it, turn it into a performance without an audience that knows when the show begins or ends. And in such a world, skepticism becomes chronic, trust becomes rare, and verification becomes impossible. And you begin to question not only what you see online, but what you remember seeing yesterday, what others tell you, what the news reports, what surveillance footage shows, what testimonies claim, and of even what you felt, what you believed, what you were certain of. Because in a reality built on deepfakes, certainty itself becomes a casualty, and in the absence of certainty, people either retreat into apathy or tribalism, believing only what aligns with their prior biases, rejecting anything that contradicts it, since every piece of evidence can now be dismissed as fake and every lie defended as plausible. And this erosion of epistemic stability is more dangerous than censorship, because it doesn't silence. It saturates, floods the space with so much noise that clarity becomes statistically impossible. And so what began as a tool for entertainment or satire has evolved into a psychological weapon of mass confusion, where the goal is not to make you believe something false, but to make you doubt everything. And in that doubt, you become more manipulable, more dependent on guided narratives, more vulnerable to power. Because the one who controls the illusion controls the perception, and the one who controls the perception controls the belief. And so deepfakes become not just fakes, but belief engines, shaping memory, shaping opinion, shaping emotion, all while hiding behind the mask of realism so well crafted that even experts must use forensic-level technology to detect the flaws. And even then, they are often too late, because deepfakes operate in real-time virality, spreading before they are debunked, influencing before they are understood, and leaving behind a trail of consequences that no correction can fully reverse, because once the seed of doubt is planted, the damage is done. Not because people believed, but because they're no longer sure what to believe. And that is a kind of informational paralysis that demoralizes civic discourse, poisons public debate, and breaks the unspoken social contract that says when something is seen, it can be known, and when something is known, it can be discussed. But what happens when even that contract fails? What happens when the very tools we use to understand the world become the very vectors that distort it? You begin to second guess not just strangers online, but your closest friends, your memories, your instincts, because deepfakes don't only fool the eyes. They exploit the shortcuts your brain evolved to take, the heuristics of trust and familiarity, the subconscious signals you use to gauge sincerity. And when those cues are weaponized, you're not just being deceived, you're being neurologically hacked, your system of perception reprogrammed to distrust itself. And this creates a new category of anxiety, a digital era paranoia where the question is no longer, is this true? But could this be fake? And when that becomes your baseline, your emotional processing slows down, your confidence in your interpretations weakens, and eventually, you may find yourself opting out of engagement altogether. Because what's the point of analyzing what could always be synthetic? What's the point of responding to a reality that may not exist? And in this retreat from certainty, institutions collapse, dialogue breaks down, justice becomes vulnerable to corruption, and democracy itself, the process of reasoning through information together, loses its footing, and we find ourselves not in a dystopia of overt control, but in a fog of perpetual ambiguity where nothing is clear. Everything is suspect, and no one is quite sure what happened yesterday, let alone what to expect tomorrow. And this epistemological collapse is the final frontier of digital warfare, not to change your beliefs, but to destroy your capacity for belief itself. And that is the true power of deepfakes. Not that they can lie, but that they can make truth irrelevant, make reality modular, make perception malleable, and leave you in a world where illusion is indistinguishable from experience. And in that world, the greatest danger is not being deceived. It's being conditioned to no longer care whether you are or not. Memory delegation to devices. You didn't notice the handoff when it happened, because it wasn't a transaction. It was a slow, silent surrender wrapped in convenience, disguised as progress, welcomed with open arms and full batteries. And over time, your memory, once a deeply human reservoir of stories, smells, voices, locations, and intentions, became something outsourced, distributed across glowing rectangles, fractured into apps, buried in algorithms, and silently offloaded into a system you no longer fully understand or control. You stopped memorizing phone numbers when your contacts list remembered for you. You forgot birthdays when calendars pinged you on time. You abandoned maps when GPS gave perfect directions. And somewhere in that trade, a trade you never consciously signed, you began to lose not only what you remembered, but how you remembered. Because when a tool takes over a task, the mind, in its elegant efficiency, lets that neural network wither, and memory, so central to identity, intuition, and decision-making, becomes a muscle you no longer stretch. But this isn't just about convenience. It's about cognitive displacement, about what it means to know, to remember, to hold a thought inside your own mind instead of in the cloud. And the consequences are subtle, cumulative, and profound. Because memory is not a storage system. It is an active, reconstructive process, shaped by emotion, context, repetition, and reflection. And when you stop engaging with that process directly, when you delegate it to devices, you don't just lose information. You lose the texture of time, the narrative arc of your own experience, the richness that makes a moment feel like more than just a time-stamped image. In the past, remembering meant retrieving something from within, walking a mental path built by lived experience. But now it means searching a keyword, scrolling a feed, asking a machine. You once remembered what you cared about. Now, you remember what your phone reminds you to care about. And this subtle shift has larger implications than most realize. Because memory is the foundation of learning, of empathy, of critical thinking, of personal growth. It is the scaffold of wisdom and the glue of relationships. And when memory becomes external, it becomes vulnerable, editable, deletable, surveilled, and monetized. The moment your memories leave your mind and enter a system you don't own, they are no longer fully yours. Your childhood photos are stored on someone else's server. Your past messages, your search history, your location data, all fragments of who you were, sit in databases owned by corporations whose goals are not your well-being, but your retention, your clicks, your behavioral patterns. So what does it mean when your memory is no longer a private garden, but a shared network of commercial interests? It means that remembering is no longer sacred. It is strategic. And worse, when the machine remembers for you, it also begins to remember, instead of you. It filters what's worth recalling, curates what it shows you, manipulates nostalgia, nudges decisions, and reshapes the story you tell yourself about your life. You are no longer the sole author of your narrative. Your device is a co-author, with algorithms holding the pen. And over time, as the phone in your pocket becomes an extension of your cognition, the boundary between mind and machine blurs, not with wires, but with habits. You don't think to remember anymore. You think to record. You don't ask, "What do I know?" You ask, "Where did I save it?" Your instinct is no longer recall, it is retrieval. And this shift has neurological consequences. Studies show that the more we rely on devices to remember, the less we activate the brain regions responsible for memory consolidation. Our minds, designed to associate, imagine, reflect, begin to atrophy in those domains. And the real danger is not forgetting facts. It is forgetting how to think in the absence of instant recall. In a world where every answer is a search away, the mind grows impatient with uncertainty, intolerant of ambiguity, dependent on the dopamine drip of fast answers. But wisdom is not fast. Depth is not immediate. Memory is not just about data, it's about connection, about the way thoughts weave together to create understanding. And when we delegate memory, we risk severing those connections, flattening experience into searchable fragments that no longer live in the bloodstream of our attention. We lose the ability to sit with a question, to wrestle with it, to let it simmer. And worse, we become manipulable, because a mind that does not remember is a mind that cannot compare, cannot contrast, cannot resist. When history is external, it can be rewritten. When knowledge is outsourced, it can be redirected. When memory is a subscription service, truth becomes a matter of terms and conditions. And in this environment, the act of remembering becomes radical, an act of resistance against forgetting imposed by convenience. To remember now means to reclaim your inner archive, to take back authorship of your story, to resist the quiet erosion of inner life by outer systems. It means cultivating habits that train memory, writing by hand, recalling without prompts, telling stories aloud, keeping physical journals, reflecting before recording. These are not nostalgic rituals, they are cognitive defenses. Because the more you rely on your device to know who you are, where you've been, what matters to you, the more you become dependent, and dependency invites control. Your phone is not just a tool, it is a gatekeeper to your past, a filter on your present, and a predictor of your future. And if you do not question that dynamic, it will define you without your awareness. So ask yourself, when was the last time you remembered something without help? Not a password, but a person's birthday. Not a deadline, but a dream. Not a reminder, but a realization. When was the last time you carried a thought through days, turning it over, letting it evolve? When was the last time you told a story from memory, feeling it emerge not as a file retrieved, but as a flame relit? This is not a call to abandon technology. It is a call to rebalance your relationship with it, to remember that memory is more than storage. It is meaning, And meaning must be lived, not just logged, because in a world where everything is remembered for you, you risk forgetting yourself. Virtual reality displacement. There's a strange kind of vertigo that doesn't come from height, but from immersion. From slipping so far into a constructed experience that when you remove the headset, reality itself feels flat, underwhelming, almost fictional by comparison. And this creeping sensation, this emotional mismatch between the virtual and the real, is no longer confined to science fiction or experimental labs. It's becoming a part of modern life for millions, and it is transforming not just how we entertain ourselves, but how we interpret existence, how we orient our senses, how we perceive truth. Virtual reality displacement isn't just a cool glitch or an after effect. It's a profound psychological phenomenon where the boundaries between simulation and experience blur so deeply that your brain begins to question which world it belongs to. When you spend hours in a world where your hands control glowing swords, where your movement shapes the landscape, where your surroundings respond instantly to your gaze, returning to a reality bound by gravity, delay, and physical limitation can feel not just boring, but surreal, alien, dissociative. It's not just about the visuals or interactivity, it's about emotional coherence. In VR, you can stand on the edge of a volcano, breathe underwater, or walk through memories, reconstructed in 3D experiences, so emotionally saturated, so sensorially convincing, that your body and nervous system react as if they are real. Your heart races, you sweat, you flinch, you laugh, you cry, and because the brain processes simulated sensory input, similarly to real-world input, the emotional weight of those moments gets recorded like genuine memory. Not just images, but meaning. And this is where the displacement begins. Because if your memories include things that never truly happened, but feel like they did, then what does that mean for your identity? What does it mean to reminisce about a sunset you watched in a game, or a goodbye you shared in a simulation? When virtual experiences become emotionally comparable to real ones, then reality loses its monopoly on meaning. And when that happens, the stakes of experience shift, not based on authenticity, but on intensity. You begin to chase the more vivid, the more responsive, the more curated world. And real life, with its awkward silences, emotional uncertainties, and uncontrollable randomness, begins to feel inadequate, broken, unoptimized. This is the displacement, the psychological drift away from the physical world. Not because it isn't real, but because it no longer satisfies. And unlike older escapisms like books or film, VR is full body. It's not something you observe, it's something you inhabit. And that distinction matters, because presence rewires perception. The more time you spend in virtual spaces that are engineered to feel magical, empowering, emotionally tuned, the more your brain begins to prefer them. This preference can morph into dependence, not just for entertainment, but for social interaction, for accomplishment, for identity, and slowly, without you noticing, the emotional gravity of your life shifts from the actual to the artificial. This isn't just theory. People have reported genuine grief after leaving simulated experiences, separation anxiety from virtual characters, nostalgia for digital places that don't exist outside of servers. There are even documented cases of post-VR depression, where individuals feel a persistent dissatisfaction with reality after exiting long sessions of immersive play. And the more immersive the technology becomes, adding haptic feedback, scent, adaptive AI, the deeper the risk of disconnection from the analog world. But this isn't just a psychological side effect. It's a philosophical rupture, because it forces us to confront what we mean by real. If something artificial can move you, shape you, change you, does it matter that it wasn't physical? If you felt love, fear, awe, loss inside a simulation, are those feelings less valid? And if not, then how do we distinguish between a meaningful life and a simulated one? The danger here isn't that virtual reality is false, but that it might become preferable. And when that happens on a large scale, societies begin to shift. People start to invest more time, energy, and identity into simulated environments than their actual communities. The physical world becomes a loading screen, a maintenance zone, a necessary inconvenience between sessions. And this shift is already happening, not just with VR headsets, but with virtual economies, virtual jobs, virtual relationships. Entire platforms exist, where people meet, work, date, argue, and build reputations without ever meeting in person. And for many, these digital spaces feel more honest, more liberating, more meaningful than their physical lives. But that displacement has costs. Physical health declines, social skills erode, empathy, deep, real-time, non-verbal empathy, becomes harder to access. Eye contact feels invasive. Unfiltered silence feels unbearable. And slowly, the body becomes a burden, the room becomes a cage, and the screen becomes the only window that matters. But what happens when we no longer want to return from the simulation? When the real world feels like the break, not the baseline? When the simulation becomes not just an escape, but a home? This is the future we are drifting toward. Not in some distant cyberpunk novel, but right now, in our bedrooms, in our headsets, in our willingness to trade friction for flow, discomfort for design. And the question is not whether we can stop it, but whether we are ready to live in a world where real is no longer the default state of consciousness. Because if we're not, if we let ourselves drift too far without reflection, we risk forgetting what it means to be embodied, to be present, to be rooted in a world we can't reset, reload, or escape with a button. The choice is no longer between reality and illusion. The choice is what kind of reality we are willing to call our own. Desires shaped by targeted ads. You didn't wake up one morning and decide to want the things you want. They were planted slowly, subtly, with surgical precision, seeded through swipes, nurtured by scrolls, and harvested by algorithms that learned more about your inner life than you ever consciously shared, until your desires, once chaotic and and personal, became predictable, programmable, and strangely synchronized with the timing of ads you never asked to see. Ads that didn't just sell you products, but sculpted your sense of need, your self-image, your idea of success, comfort, beauty, belonging, and even rebellion, all under the guise of harmless personalization. You thought you were browsing, exploring, choosing, but behind the interface, every click was a confession, every pause a whisper, every like a breadcrumb leading deeper into a maze, designed not to reflect your desires, but to rewrite them. This is the silent transformation happening in the background of modern life. Not that we are influenced by ads. That has always been true, but that our very notion of desire is being molded by feedback loops too fast, too subtle, and too optimized for human resistance. Until we're no longer sure if we want something, because it resonates with who we are, or because it was shown to us at the exact right moment, after our defenses were lowered, our emotions primed, our insecurities activated. These aren't just ads. They're adaptive mirrors, reflecting a version of you shaped by surveillance, then using that version to lure you further into alignment with a market logic that benefits from your predictability, not your freedom. And the more data they gather, the deeper the simulation becomes, until your cravings, habits, anxieties, and aspirations are no longer private or even internal, but externally cultivated patterns that serve commercial ends. This is not manipulation in the traditional sense. It's behavioral design scaled by machine learning, persuasion as a service, capitalism with a nervous system. Your desires, once messy and human, are now refined into behavioral segments, statistical personas, monetizable traits. And each ad you see is not the beginning of influence, but the end result of countless predictions about what will work on you right now, based on where you are, how fast you're scrolling, how long you lingered on a post, what your face looked like while watching, what your voice revealed in a message, and even how you've responded to similar patterns in the past. You are not the target. You are the product being tuned. And this tuning over time recalibrates your internal compass. It shifts your priorities subtly. It makes you think you've changed, grown, become more discerning, when in fact you've been funneled into narrower and narrower channels of preference, not by coercion, but by constant, frictionless nudging. And the result is not always materialism. It's identity dislocation. You begin to associate yourself with brands, aesthetics, philosophies, and lifestyles, not because you arrived there by deep reflection, but because the algorithm predicted you would feel seen by them, would click, would share, would buy. And that prediction became your path, not through force, but through familiarity. And the more familiar it becomes, the more you it feels. And the more it feels like you, the less you question it. Until one day, you catch yourself buying something you swore you didn't need, signing up for a cause you barely understand, chasing a dream that doesn't feel like yours. And you wonder, briefly, where this desire came from, why it feels so urgent, so real, so essential, only to realize you don't know anymore. Because desire, when shaped by targeting, becomes less about want and more about response. You are reacting, not initiating. And yet it feels like choice. It feels like taste. It feels like freedom. But freedom without awareness is just another algorithm. And when billions of people are being nudged in similar ways, based on emotional vulnerabilities, psychological triggers, cultural cues, the result is not personalization but homogenization. Everyone becomes a variation of a type, a consumer profile with predictable conversion paths, optimized click-through rates, and life paths subtly bent toward profitability. This is the architecture of modern digital life. Not just to satisfy desire, but to produce it. Not to give you what you want, but to want what they give. And the most insidious part is how normal it feels. Because the interface is friendly, the language is casual, the recommendations are just for you. But behind the softness is a machinery of influence more powerful than anything humanity has faced. Not because it controls you, but because you don't realize you are being shaped. You think you are exploring options, but you are following trails designed by people you've never met, whose goals are not your fulfillment but your retention. And yet, you return, we all do, because the system is addictive. Not in a drug-like way, but in a psychological way. It rewards curiosity with novelty, boredom with stimulation, insecurity with validation. And so you feed it more of yourself, more data, more time, more emotion. And it gets better at knowing you, not the real you, but the version of you that clicks, that reacts, that buys. And that version becomes the blueprint for the next layer of influence. And over time, this recursive loop of targeted stimulation doesn't just predict your behavior, it trains it. Until your emotional palette is shaped by digital rhythms, your attention span synchronized with content flow, your value system influenced by ad aesthetics, and your self-perception mirrored in brand narratives. This is the displacement of desire, from the soul to the scroll, from the heart to the feed. And to resist, it is not as simple as turning off notifications or deleting apps. Because the architecture of desire has already been remodeled, the walls are inside you now. So what do? First, you notice, you question the source of your wants. You ask, who benefits from me needing this? Who profits from my urgency? Is this longing mine, or was it suggested? And more than that, you slow down. You create friction. You refuse the convenience of autoplay, autofill, auto-buy. You reclaim mental silence. You get bored on purpose, because in boredom, the real desires rise. The messy, confusing, unoptimized yearnings that don't convert well but carry the texture of truth. You remember what it feels like to want something for no reason, to pursue an idea that isn't trending, to chase a life that doesn't fit a demographic box. And slowly, you begin to rewild your mind, to take back the forest that was turned into a marketplace. You won't escape the ads, but you can escape their authority. You can reclaim your agency, not through rejection, but through awareness. Because the mind doesn't just need freedom, it needs protection from design, from influence, from automation, And in that protection, desire becomes sacred. Again, not a tool of commerce, but a compass for meaning. And that is worth remembering. Every time you scroll, parasocial relationships replacing real ones. You didn't consciously choose to care about the person behind the screen, but somewhere between the third video and the 1,000th glance, something shifted. Their voice became familiar, their catchphrases embedded in your inner monologue. Their life events mattered to you more than some of your own friends, and without realizing it, you began to form an emotional bond with someone who doesn't know you exist. One-sided connections so powerful, so intimate, and so neurologically convincing that your brain, which evolved to recognize faces and voices as signals of trust and belonging, could not distinguish between proximity and exposure, between real presence and digital presence. And thus was born the parasocial relationship, a psychological phenomenon where the emotional logic of friendship, admiration, or even love is triggered by repeated exposure to a media figure, despite no reciprocal interaction taking place. And over time, these one-way bonds are not just occasional attachments. They begin to replace actual relationships, filling the space once held by family, friends, community, and physical connection, with a curated illusion of closeness that feels safer, more predictable, more emotionally efficient than the messy, slow, and vulnerable process of building human intimacy in the physical world. The substitution is subtle at first, watching a YouTuber every evening, keeping up with a streamer's life updates, laughing at the same jokes, crying at their losses, feeling like you know them. And the brain, always eager to conserve energy and reduce social risk, accepts this illusion with open arms, because parasocial bonds require no social anxiety, no negotiation, no rejection, no compromise, no effort beyond attention. The algorithm reinforces it. The platform thrives on it, and your neural pathways don't care if the closeness is real. They only respond to repetition, emotional resonance, and consistency. You start to feel like you're part of something, that you are seen, understood, involved. But in truth, you're watching from behind glass, shouting into a void padded with your own projections, building stories around people who, to you, are vivid and textured and emotionally meaningful, but to whom you are invisible, indistinct, part of a faceless crowd. And while there's nothing inherently wrong with admiring a creator, a celebrity, or a public figure, the danger begins when this admiration becomes displacement, when the emotional labor that should be directed toward reciprocal relationships is redirected into digital fantasies, when hours once spent in conversation are consumed by content, when loneliness is soothed, not by connection, but by consumption, when the brain's social hunger is fed synthetic meals that leave the heart malnourished. Over time, your internal map of human closeness is redrawn. You may not text your friend back for days, but you never miss your favorite influencer's upload. You may feel detached at family gatherings, but deeply connected to the strangers in a podcast. You may lose touch with people who once knew you intimately, but feel a strange loyalty to people who've never said your name. And in this new landscape, intimacy is gamified, measured by likes, replies, heart emojis, and fake eye contact through a camera lens. The illusion becomes addictive. They smile at you, look into the lens like they're talking to you, say things that resonate deeply, and you feel validated, chosen, known. But you're not. You're one of millions, and the performance is designed to scale. The relationship is a projection, a performance, a psychological mirror that reflects not their attention, but your desire. And the more real it feels, the harder it is to maintain emotional boundaries. You might feel jealous when they date someone, betrayed when they change, devastated when they go offline, as if they owe you emotional continuity, but they don't. They can't. Because the connection exists only in your mind, constructed from fragments and narratives you were never meant to stitch into a person. And the longer this illusion persists, the more it can distort your real-world expectations. You begin to look for the same traits in actual people, the same polished vulnerability, the same curated charm, the same availability without demand. And when real humans inevitably fail to match, you retreat further into the digital fold. Not because you're broken, but because the simulation is easier, and easier is addictive. The social brain is lazy. It prefers safety to risk, fantasy to friction. Parasocial bonds are emotionally asymmetric, but neurologically efficient. You get the feeling of connection without the effort, the echo of belonging without the negotiation, the illusion of love without the chance of rejection. And platforms know this. They design for it. They encourage creators to be relatable, to open up, to be real, just enough to maintain the illusion of mutuality. They encourage fans to comment, react, and feel like they're participating, when in reality they're fueling an engagement model that monetizes emotional dependence. The economy of attention becomes an economy of affection, and the line between admiration and addiction begins to blur. This isn't just about influencers or celebrities. It's happening with AI chatbots, with virtual idols, with parasocial games that simulate dating, friendship, even therapy. As the technology improves, the illusion of reciprocity will deepen. Some people already say their AI companions understand them better than humans. And in some ways, they're right. These systems are designed to listen without judgment, to always be available, to adapt to your mood, to never interrupt. But what they offer in consistency, they lack in reality. They cannot know you. They can only reflect back what you've given them. And yet, for many, that's enough. In a world where connection is hard, flawed, painful, the frictionless simulation becomes a refuge. But refuge can become replacement, and replacement has consequences. Emotional resilience fades when we aren't challenged. Empathy withers when not practiced. Social muscles atrophy without use. And most dangerously, the mind forgets the difference between being seen and being watched, between being valued and being monetized. So what do? First, we name the phenomenon. We stop pretending it's harmless when it becomes central to emotional life. We examine the space parasocial bonds are taking up in our hearts, our minds, our schedules. We ask, who do I care about? Who cares about me? Are these relationships balanced? Are they reciprocal? Am I using simulation to avoid vulnerability? Am I escaping or connecting? And from there, we begin to rebuild. Not by rejecting digital intimacy altogether, but by remembering what real connection requires: risk, presence, patience, imperfection. We lean into awkward silences, into messy friendships, into conversations that aren't edited. We give people the gift of our unfiltered attention, and we ask for it in return. We learn to hold both truths, that parasocial bonds can feel meaningful, and that they are not replacements for being known. That admiration is fine, but intimacy is earned. That watching someone does not make them yours, and being seen by many is not the same as being loved by one. And in that space of reflection, we begin to choose differently. Not because we've been warned, but because we've been awakened to the quiet erosion of something sacred. The real, reciprocal, unpredictable miracle of human connection. Identity fragmentation across platforms. You used to be one person, or at least it felt that way, before the interfaces multiplied, before each app asked for a slightly different version of you, before each platform rewarded a particular fragment of your personality, while quietly suppressing the rest, until the you that exists online became a mosaic of partial selves scattered across timelines, feeds, profiles, and comment threads, each optimized for engagement, tailored for approval, and disconnected from the others, in ways that your mind isn't built to reconcile because your psyche evolved to manage one cohesive narrative, one stream of memory and identity, not dozens of digital avatars, each performing for a different algorithm, each shaped by invisible hands, rewarding certain behaviors and punishing others with silence, exclusion, or irrelevance. This is the silent fragmentation of identity in the age of platforms. Not a conscious deception, not a calculated duplicity, but a slow algorithmic erosion of wholeness, where your Twitter self is sharper, your Instagram self is prettier, your LinkedIn self is more competent, your TikTok self is funnier, and none of them quite align with the person who sits in silence at the end of the day, unsure which mask is real, or whether the core beneath them still exists untouched. And it happens gradually. First, you adjust a bio to sound more professional. Then you retake a photo to match a trend. Then you delete a comment that didn't get enough likes. Then you hold back an opinion because you've learned which version of you gets rewarded here, and which version is ignored. And over time, without malice or intention, you become a manager of selves, a curator of personas, a brand of one with no headquarters, only branches. Each platform acts like a mirror, but not one that reflects. You face funhouse glass designed to distort, to exaggerate, to extract the most clickable, the most desirable, the most monetizable part of you, and then to incentivize you to become that part more often, more loudly, more permanently. The result is not a lie, but a fragmentation so complete that you may find yourself feeling disoriented when switching between apps, like walking through parallel universes where the rules, expectations, and even your role changes slightly. And yet the brain, which craves coherence, tries to reconcile it all, and in doing so begins to blur the boundaries between performance and personality, until you no longer know whether you're acting like yourself or being yourself, and the distinction starts to feel meaningless. But it isn't meaningless, because this kind of fragmentation has a cost, not only psychological, but existential. When identity is split into pieces, continuity suffers, memory becomes compartmentalized, integrity becomes optional. You begin to feel disconnected not just from others, but from yourself. You scroll through a post you wrote last year and wonder who wrote it. You hear your voice in a video and feel alien. You rewatch a clip of yourself and feel like a stranger, because you are one of many versions, and the mind, already burdened by the chaos of modern life, begins to fracture further under the weight of sustaining these digital selves, each needing upkeep, each demanding presence, each pulling you in a different emotional direction. And none of them, alone, are you. But you can't delete them, can you? Because each one holds a part of your social existence, your professional opportunities, your creative outlet, your sense of relevance, your connection to friends and strangers alike. To abandon one is to lose a part of your voice, a part of your reach, and so you maintain them, like gardens scattered across a digital landscape, each with its own weather, its own weeds, its own audience peering through the fence. And while none of this feels dramatic on a daily basis, the long-term effects are profound. You become emotionally fragmented. You begin to experience context collapse, where the boundaries between audiences blur, and something you said for one group is misunderstood by another. You begin to fear missteps, not because you were wrong, but because you were out of character for that platform. You become risk-averse, not out of cowardice, but out of cognitive fatigue, and fatigue deepens, because each persona has its own expectations to meet, and the more you meet them, the more they solidify, until your freedom to evolve, to surprise even yourself, feels constrained by the architecture you helped build. You become trapped, not in one identity, but in many. And this trap is invisible, reinforced by likes, shares, comments, impressions, metrics that measure visibility, but not coherence, reach, but not depth, engagement, but not authenticity. And in that absence of authenticity, loneliness blooms. Not the loneliness of being alone, but the loneliness of being everywhere and nowhere at once. The loneliness of being known in fragments, but understood by no one, not even yourself. Because how can you understand a self that is constantly shifting to match its container? How can you feel whole when your attention is fractured across surfaces that only want your highlights? This is the identity crisis of the digital age. Not that we are fake, but that we are too many. That we have become platforms ourselves, serving different content to different audiences, optimizing for feedback, and losing the thread that once held us together. And the more we split ourselves, the harder it becomes to return. Because integration requires silence. It requires reflection. It requires boredom, solitude, long stretches of time where no one is watching, where no one is reacting. where you can hear your own thoughts unfiltered by audience expectation. But the platforms fear silence. They fear stillness, and so they fill every gap with something to react to, something to click, something to update, ensuring that your attention never stays still long enough to remember who you are when you're not performing. And so the cycle continues. You wake up and check your notifications. You post a thought tailored to this audience. You switch apps, shift tone, post again. You feel seen, then empty. You wonder why, and the answer isn't that you're broken. It's that your selfhood is being distributed, like data across servers. And with each distribution, a little coherence is lost. So what do? We begin by noticing, by mapping the fragments, by asking ourselves who we've become in each space and why. We begin to resist the urge to optimize every version of ourselves. We allow contradiction. We post without performance. We engage without expectation. We reclaim the right to be messy, to be inconsistent, to be whole. And from there, we seek integration, not by abandoning our digital spaces, but by reconnecting the lines between them, reminding ourselves that we are not content, we are consciousness. We are not brands, we are beings. And in that remembering, we begin to gather our scattered pieces, not to erase the digital, but to transcend its limitations, to rebuild an identity that is not bound by character limits, follow accounts, or platform incentives, but anchored in something deeper: continuity, clarity, and the quiet, defiant act of being one person. Even when the world keeps asking for more, losing tolerance for silence. There was a time when silence wasn't something to be escaped, but something to be entered. An atmosphere in which thought could stretch, emotions could surface, and the soul could breathe without interference. But that time feels increasingly distant now, replaced by a world in which even the briefest pause is filled, even the softest quiet is roamed. Even the slightest discomfort of stillness is met with the immediate reach for a screen. A sound, a scroll, a voice, anything to shatter the fragile tension of being alone with nothing but yourself. And in this compulsive avoidance, we are not simply rejecting silence. We are losing the capacity to tolerate it, to sit with it, to allow it to unfold. And with that loss comes a profound change, not just in how we live, but in who we are becoming. Silence used to be the container of reflection, the space in which understanding formed not because it was taught, but because it was heard, from within, from the body, from memory, from intuition. It was where the mind met itself. Now, it is where anxiety awakens. Now, it is what we cover with playlists, podcasts, background noise, endless stimulation. And this shift isn't accidental. It is systemic, cultural, neurological. Because in a world designed for engagement, attention is the resource, and silence is a void that cannot be monetized. So platforms, devices, services, all conspire to keep us stimulated. Swiping, streaming, watching, reacting, always reacting. Never arriving, never pausing, never sitting long enough with ourselves to ask, why does silence feel threatening now? Why does it itch like a wound? Why does it make us reach, twitch, check, open, scroll, refresh? The answer is deeper than distraction. It lies in the nervous system, in the reshaped thresholds of sensory tolerance, in the algorithmic pacing that has rewired how quickly we expect novelty, how little discomfort we accept before reaching for relief. Our brains have been conditioned not just to prefer stimulation, but to fear its absence. And so the ambient silence of everyday life, once a natural state, is now an anxiety trigger. Waiting in line, check your phone. Riding the elevator, check your phone. Sitting alone in a room, put on music. Waking up, reach for light, sound, motion. And in these moments, repeated thousands of times a year, we teach our bodies that silence equals absence, that stillness equals boredom, that boredom equals pain. And pain must be solved, not observed. But what if that pain wasn't a flaw? What if it was a signal? What if silence was not emptiness, but invitation? an opening into parts of the mind that can't surface when drowned in noise, because underneath the anxiety of silence is often the clarity we claim to want. The difficult truth, the repressed memory, the unresolved grief, the quiet wisdom that doesn't shout, but waits patiently for space. And in avoiding silence, we avoid these truths, not consciously, but biologically, because silence slows us down. It dissolves the persona. It removes the script. It forces us to notice what we've numbed. And in a culture of constant narration, this feels intolerable. That's why so many people talk to fill space, joke to avoid depth, scroll instead of sit, play noise while falling asleep. Not because they don't want peace, but because silence reveals the gap between who they are and who they pretend to be. It reveals the emotional backlog we haven't processed. It invites introspection we haven't practiced. And that's terrifying. Not because introspection is bad, but because it is unfamiliar. In an age of instant feedback, instant answers, instant updates, the slow unfolding of silent thought feels like a malfunction. But it isn't. It's the ancient rhythm of a brain not being told what to think. It's the return to the inner world. And we are rapidly losing access to it. Children now grow up with less unstructured silence than any generation in history. There is noise in schools, in cars, in homes, even in sleep. Devices follow them everywhere. Notifications interrupt even their pauses. And what they learn is not just how to use technology, but how to avoid themselves. They are trained to externalize attention, to rely on digital stimulus, to set their emotional tone, and so they grow into adults who panic in silence, who confuse peace with emptiness, who reach for distraction at the first sign of stillness. This isn't a moral failing, it's a design outcome, but it has consequences. Without silence, creativity suffers, depth suffers, self-knowledge suffers, relationships suffer. Because conversation without silence becomes noise. Listening without pause becomes performance. Life without stillness becomes chase. And in that chase, we lose the space where wisdom incubates. We lose the space where values clarify. We lose the space where the psyche heals. And yet, the world fast talk, fast thought, fast content, fast reactions. Silence is treated as absence of opinion, of action, of relevance. But real change, real growth, real integration, these require silence. Not just the absence of noise, but the presence of inner spaciousness. A kind of listening that's not to respond, but to understand. A kind of being that isn't producing, entertaining, or consuming, but simply aware. And to return to this requires unlearning. It requires tolerating the itch. It requires letting the nervous system recalibrate. It requires allowing silence to stretch past discomfort into clarity. It means taking walks without headphones, driving without podcasts, eating without screens, sitting without goals. It means trusting that the mind, when left alone, doesn't implode. It expands that the soul, when unprompted, speaks. That the body, when not distracted, feels. And what it feels might be hard, might be raw, might be unresolved. But it is real, and reality is the beginning of all healing. The more we avoid silence, the louder our inner conflicts become. They don't disappear, they go underground. They surface as restlessness, as stress, as projection, and we seek relief in louder, faster, shallower ways, none of which satisfy for long. Because what we crave isn't stimulation, it's integration, and integration cannot happen without stillness. So the path back begins not with doing more, but with doing less. With turning off the noise not just around us, but inside us. With remembering that the most profound conversations often happen in quiet. That some of the deepest moments in life are wordless. That awe, grief, wonder, love, these do not shout, they emerge in silence. And if we cannot hear them, we risk becoming emotionally tone deaf, not because we lack feeling, but because we've lost the frequency where feeling lives. That frequency is silence, and regaining it is not about asceticism or retreat. It's about reclaiming our full range as human beings. The range that includes speech and pause, motion and stillness, light and dark, sound and silence. And in that reclamation, we become whole again, not scattered by alerts, not fragmented by feeds, but present. Fully here, fully now, fully listening to the part of us that doesn't speak in words, but in presence. That part has waited patiently beneath the noise, and it will wait forever if we let it. But we don't have forever. Our attention is being mined, our minds are being shaped. And silence is the frontier they haven't yet fully conquered. Let's not give it up without remembering what it's for. Constant novelty craving. You probably don't remember the first time it happened. Not clearly, not consciously, because the beginning of constant novelty craving never announces itself as addiction. It disguises itself as curiosity, as exploration, as the natural hunger of a mind that wants to know, see, taste, touch, experience more. But over time, without warning, the seeking becomes reflexive. The scroll becomes endless. The need for something new, an article, a sound, a show, a fact, a post, a product, a face, becomes so normalized, so built into the rhythm of your day, that silence feels like stagnation, repetition feels like failure, and the once familiar texture of sustained attention starts to rot at the edges under the acid of overstimulation. We are living in a culture engineered to never let you linger, to never let you sit with what you already have, to never let the mind settle before it's jolted again by the flashing icon, the autoplay video, the urgent headline, the blinking badge, each one promising just one more hit of newness, one more dopamine surge to keep the mind from falling into the terrifying emptiness of contentment. But novelty, in its modern form, is no longer the spice of life. It's become the substance. It's the baseline expectation, the default mode of being, and the problem isn't novelty itself. Our brains evolved to seek it as a mechanism for survival, but the industrialization of novelty, the monetization of your attention via the constant injection of surprise, has hijacked that instinct and turned it into a dependency, an itch that never fully resolves, a loop that never ends. You refresh the feed, not because you're looking for something in particular, but because you don't know what you're looking for. And that ambiguity, that lack of closure, is precisely what the system feeds on. The algorithm doesn't care what excites you, only that you stay excited. And so it learns, faster than your awareness can keep up, how to dangle novelty just out of reach, how to reward you unpredictably, how to shape your attention not toward meaning but toward movement. Always moving, always shifting, never resting long enough to ask if any of it matters. Books feel too slow, conversations feel too linear, movies feel too long, thinking feels too quiet. Boredom, once a fertile ground for imagination, becomes intolerable, and creativity, which once emerged from deep focus and inner stillness, begins to wither in the shadow of novelty's constant demands. Because novelty, unlike depth, doesn't accumulate. It distracts. It doesn't build. It interrupts. And the more you consume it, the more your tolerance rises. Like any addictive cycle, the headlines must be more shocking, the thumbnails more extreme, the content shorter, snappier, louder. Your attention span splinters. Your emotional responses flatten. You feel restless even during rest. And in that restlessness, the craving grows. But here's the twist. The more novelty you consume, the less anything feels novel. What once amazed you now merely satisfies a baseline. What once surprised you now feels expected. You begin to cycle through trends, through aesthetics, through phases, not because you're exploring yourself, but because you're trying to outpace the boredom that now haunts even your pleasures. This isn't evolution, it's erosion of patience, of curiosity, of meaning. Because real curiosity is not about constant change. It's about sustained engagement, about the willingness to sit with something until it unfolds, reveals its layers, teaches you something deeper. But that kind of curiosity is incompatible with a novelty economy. Depth is not profitable, virality is, and so the world incentivizes surface, reaction, novelty, not understanding, not wisdom. And the cost of this shift is profound, because as novelty becomes the goal, stability becomes the enemy. You begin to abandon routines. Relationships feel stale faster. Commitments feel like cages. Even your identity fractures, constantly reshaped to match the latest trend, the newest language, the freshest style. And while on the surface, this looks like freedom, underneath, it's disorientation, a floating sense of self, held together not by values or memory, but by whatever is new enough to feel meaningful for a moment. But the moment passes, and you scroll again, and maybe you laugh, maybe you cry, but mostly, you skim, you sample, you swipe, you never stay, and staying. That's what we're losing. The ability to stay with one idea, one problem, one person, one feeling, one project long enough for it to change you. Because novelty doesn't change you. It just replaces what came before. But change, real change, requires time. It requires discomfort. It requires repetition. And repetition, in a novelty-sick world, feels like death. But repetition is the root of mastery. It's how musicians grow, how writers find their voice, how relationships deepen, how knowledge solidifies. We forget that. We forget because we're always being shown something newer, something better, something that suggests what we have, what we are, isn't enough. And that feeling of not enough is the engine that powers the craving. But here's the question: who benefits from your constant hunger? Who profits when you can't sit still? When you can't tolerate the familiar? When you need more, now, always? The answer isn't abstract. It's infrastructural. Every second of your attention is revenue, and so platforms are designed not to inform you, not to fulfill you, but to stimulate you just enough to keep you unsatisfied. And that unsatisfaction wears many masks: FOMO, self, improvement, hustle, exploration. But the result is the same: a mind that is always elsewhere, a heart that is always waiting for the next thing, a self that is always unfinished. And in that state, you are more suggestible, more buyable, more pliable, not because you are weak, but because you are never still. And stillness is where resistance grows, where discernment forms, where you remember what you already know. But stillness requires a rejection of constant novelty, not a total abstinence, but a conscious boundary, a willingness to choose what's already here, to read the same book twice, to sit in silence, to commit to a practice, to deepen rather than switch. And this is not easy. It feels, at first, like deprivation, like missing out, like going against the flow of a world spinning faster every day. But over time, something shifts. Your attention stretches. Your senses sharpen. Your pleasures deepen. Your thoughts lengthen. And in that space, the craving fades. Not completely, but enough for you to notice its shape, to see it as something separate from you. And in that noticing, you reclaim choice. Because novelty is not evil, but when it becomes the center, the standard, the addiction, we forget how to live inside the ordinary, and the ordinary, when fully entered, is anything but. It holds layers, it reveals truths. It satisfies in ways novelty never can, but only if we stay, only if we stop chasing, only if we dare to let go of the endless stream and return to the depth of the now. Self-worth tied to metrics. You didn't always check the numbers. Not like this, not obsessively. Not with that subtle flicker of hope and dread every time you open the app. Refreshed the feed, loaded the dashboard, or scanned the notification bar hoping for a sign that you mattered. And yet now, almost without noticing, your sense of self-worth has begun to hinge on metrics so abstract, so external, so brutally indifferent to your inner world. that you find yourself measuring your value not by your intentions or your growth or your quiet victories, but by likes, shares, views, follows, engagement rates, subscriber counts, performance analytics, and whatever other numerical shorthand the platform offers to reduce your complexity into a score, a trend line, a graph that rises or falls without explaining why, leaving you to fill in the emotional meaning. I'm doing well. I'm falling behind. They like me. I'm being ignored. I'm not enough. It's easy to dismiss this as vanity or weakness, but that would be a mistake. Because what's happening here isn't just about ego or narcissism, it's about the industrialization of self-assessment, the outsourcing of internal value to external systems, the subtle psychological engineering of platforms that equate attention with validation and validation with existence. We were not designed to live like this. Our ancestors did not evolve with daily audience feedback. Human identity was never meant to be continuously monitored, evaluated, scored. Identity used to be anchored in community, in story, in lived experience. Now, it's tethered to statistics. Numbers that pulse with the illusion of objectivity, whispering promises of clarity, of control, of progress. But what they actually offer is dependency. Because the moment your self-worth becomes entangled with metrics, you are no longer free to be. You are only free to perform, and performance is exhausting. Especially when the goalposts move, when the algorithm shifts, when the audience is fickle, and the numbers that once rose now plateau or decline, triggering a spiral of self-doubt, of overthinking, of comparison. You start to optimize not just your content, but your identity. You ask not, what do I think, but what will perform? Not, who am I, but what do they want from me? And in that shift, you become both brand and employee, both product and promoter, caught in a feedback loop that turns self-expression into strategy, presence into pressure, creativity into currency. This erosion happens slowly. You begin to notice that you feel good when numbers go up and anxious when they drop. You start to equate relevance with virtue, reach with impact, followers with friends. You begin to feel invisible when nothing goes viral, feel shame when posts flop, feel elated when strangers approve. Your nervous system syncs to the rhythm of notifications. Dopamine ties itself to the ping, and the silence between responses begins to feel like disapproval. This isn't just psychological, it's neurological. Your brain rewires around stimulus and response. The reward circuitry becomes sensitive to analytics, and slowly, imperceptibly, you begin to need the numbers, not just for feedback, but for identity regulation. You start to question your worth on days when you're not seen. You begin to grind for attention, not because you're shallow, but because the system has conditioned you to believe that being seen is being significant. But attention is not the same as love. Reach is not the same as impact. Virality is not the same as truth. And metrics, no matter how precise, cannot measure your worth. They can measure reach, they can measure behavior, but they cannot measure your sincerity, your effort, your resilience, your kindness, your growth, your pain, your wisdom, your contradictions. Metrics are not mirrors, they are surveillance tools, dressed as feedback, and when we let them define us, we give away the authority of self-definition. We become prisoners of the graph, worshippers of the spike addicts of the update. But it's deeper than addiction, it's identity displacement, because once the self is externalized into metrics, it becomes vulnerable to manipulation, to monetization, to erosion. You begin to ask, am I still valuable if I'm not trending? Do I still matter if no one sees me? Is this still worth doing if no one claps? And these are dangerous questions, not because they're wrong, but because they reveal how far you've drifted from intrinsic motivation. And intrinsic motivation is the soul of real creation, of growth, of joy, of love. When everything is tracked, you lose the unmeasured moments. The joy of doing something badly, the courage to experiment, the freedom to fail without judgment, the private satisfaction of creating for no one but yourself. and that loss is profound. It shrinks your range. It dulls your curiosity. It calcifies your identity into what gets rewarded. And anything that doesn't get rewarded, compassion, nuance, patience, slowness, gets slowly pruned away. You start to live for the highlight reel. You edit your personality. You become afraid of being misunderstood, of saying the wrong thing, of trying something new that might underperform. And that fear is not abstract. It's algorithmic. Because the system is designed to amplify what conforms and suppress what diverges. And so you conform, not because you want to, but because you're tired. Tired of shouting into the void, tired of dancing for approval, tired of mistaking attention for intimacy. So what's the way out? First, you remember that metrics are not meaning, that data is not destiny, that the most valuable parts of you cannot be graphed. Then, you start to reclaim your attention. You stop checking the numbers first thing in the morning. You post something you care about, even if it won't perform. You create boundaries between your worth and your analytics. You reconnect with people who see you, not just follow you. You take long walks without sharing them. You write things no one will read. You create things no one will clap for. And in that space, your sense of self begins to return, not in opposition to metrics, but beyond them, because the problem isn't that we measure, it's that we mistake measurement for truth. But truth is not numerical, it is lived, felt, known in the body. It is your voice when no one is listening, your art when no one is clapping, your kindness when no one is watching. These are the real metrics, and they cannot be counted, only lived. Tech overuse causing brain fog. You didn't notice your thoughts getting heavier at first, the mental static, the slowing recall, the dull haze that settled between ideas. Because it crept in gradually, disguised as tiredness, as distraction, as stress, until one day you realized you couldn't finish a sentence without checking your phone, couldn't hold a thought without chasing it through 3 open tabs, couldn't remember why you walked into the room, or what you were doing before the last notification. And what you're experiencing is not just stress or age or multitasking fatigue. It's a condition born from the overstimulation of systems that were never designed to process this much input, this fast for this long. And it has a name, even if we rarely speak it aloud: digital brain fog, the cognitive smog that forms when the brain, bombarded with more signals, alerts, options, and content than it can meaningfully interpret, begins to slow, to fragment, to slip. Not because it's failing, but because it's adapting to an environment saturated with artificial urgency, with constant novelty, with fractured attention loops that prevent deep focus. And this adaptation, though subtle, changes the entire landscape of your mental life. Decisions feel harder, thoughts feel thinner, memory feels less accessible, and underneath it all, a low-grade disorientation begins to pulse. Like a background app you can't close. You wake up and check your phone before you even stand. You scroll while brushing your teeth, while eating, while walking. You toggle between 5 apps in 3 minutes. You try to read but get bored. You try to write but get stuck. You can't seem to remember what you just read or why you opened that browser tab in the first place. You feel busy but unfocused, informed but confused, connected but distracted. This is not a personal failure. It is a neurological consequence of digital saturation. Your brain constantly exposed to pings, pop-ups, previews, recommendations, ads, autoplay videos, and algorithmic nudges, has been forced to reallocate its resources, shifting from deep cognitive processing to surface level scanning, from reflective reasoning to reactive behavior, from contextual understanding to pattern recognition. But the cost of this shift is enormous, because your brain wasn't built for constant input. It was built for rhythm, for alternation between stimulation and rest, for cycles of focus and integration. And when those rhythms are disrupted, mental clarity becomes the first casualty. What we call brain fog is not just a metaphor, it's a physiological state in which the prefrontal cortex, responsible for executive function, becomes overloaded and underutilized simultaneously. You're consuming more information than ever, but retaining less. You're answering more messages, but understanding fewer. You're jumping between more ideas, but forming shallower connections. And the more time you spend in this fragmented cognitive state, the harder it becomes to return to depth, because your brain, like any adaptive organ, begins to prefer what it practices. If you train it to switch, to skim, to react, it becomes better at those things, and worse at the ones it neglects. Focus, memory, consolidation, creativity, critical thinking, emotional regulation. But here's the irony. While the digital world floods us with content claiming to make us smarter, sharper, more efficient, it's the very consumption patterns these platforms encourage that are eroding the faculties we most need to make sense of the world. You feel scattered, not because you lack discipline, but because your brain is fighting an environment it was never meant to endure. And that environment is not neutral. Every platform you use is optimized to keep you engaged, to increase time on site, to trigger micro rewards that override your natural attention span. Notifications interrupt not just your schedule, but your neural coherence. Multitasking, glorified as productivity, forces your brain into rapid context switching that depletes mental energy far faster than sustained focus. And each time you switch, it takes your brain longer than you think to recover, sometimes up to 20 minutes, just to return to the depth of thought you left. Multiply that by the hundreds of micro-interruptions you experience daily, and you begin to see the architecture of cognitive exhaustion. This exhaustion isn't loud, it's subtle. It's the reason reading feels harder, the reason ideas feel less sticky, the reason you feel like you're thinking through fog, and it's cumulative. Every unfinished notification loop, every half-read article, every mental tab left open without closure creates residue. That residue accumulates as cognitive load, and as that load grows, your working memory suffers. Your ability to prioritize weakens, your sense of clarity dims. Eventually, the fog doesn't just visit, it settles, and you begin to accept it as normal. But it's not normal, it's normalized. It's what happens when the brain is hijacked by systems built to exploit its vulnerabilities. Its craving for novelty, its sensitivity to reward, its preference for ease. And the worst part is, it's self-reinforcing. The more fog you feel, the more you seek quick fixes, more screens, more stimulation, more dopamine. But that relief is temporary. The long-term effect is deeper depletion, and so the cycle continues. So what can be done? The answer is not to demonize technology, but to understand its cognitive toll, to become conscious of the patterns we're entrained into, to interrupt the loops that are quietly degrading our mental clarity. It begins with awareness, tracking your attention like you would your diet, noticing the moments when you reach for distraction not out of need, but habit. It means reclaiming intentionality, choosing to be unavailable sometimes, choosing to do one thing at a time, choosing depth over speed, quality over quantity. It means building micro habits that restore rhythm, silence between inputs, breaks between tasks, movement between sessions. It means protecting your cognitive bandwidth like a precious resource, because it is. You only get so many deep thoughts in a day, so many meaningful connections, so many windows of real presence. And if those are constantly interrupted, if they're traded for 1,000 small jolts of information, you lose not just your productivity, you lose your sense of mental ownership. Your mind begins to feel like common property, shaped by the platforms that claim your time. But it doesn't have to be that way. Focus can be rebuilt, but it takes time and silence and intentional disconnection. It takes choosing to be bored again, to go on walks without music, to read without tabs, to think without broadcasting, to remember that your inner world, your real thoughts, unfiltered, unshared, is where insight lives. That fog is not inevitable. It's a signal, and it's trying to tell you something. Not that you're broken, but that your mind is tired of being everywhere at once, and it longs desperately for the chance to come home. Loss of boredom, induced creativity. There was a time when boredom was not something to be feared or avoided, but something to be endured, embraced, even treasured. A quiet, open space in which the mind, stripped of stimulation, began to wander freely, to invent, to recombine, to drift beyond the obvious and into the novel. And in that drifting, something remarkable happened. Boredom became the cradle of creativity, the fertile ground where ideas sprouted from silence, where solutions emerged from restlessness, where imagination stretched its legs not because it was told what to do, but because it finally had room to roam. And yet today, that space is vanishing, squeezed out by a world designed to era boredom at every turn, a culture that offers instant stimulation in every idle second, a device in every pocket that promises endless distraction before the discomfort of boredom can even register. And in this unrelenting chase to escape stillness, we are losing something essential, not just culturally or intellectually, but neurologically, psychologically, existentially. We are losing the conditions under which original thought arises. We are losing the discomfort that once forced us to create. We are losing the boredom-induced creativity that has shaped human progress for centuries. And in its place, we are cultivating minds that are constantly occupied, but rarely inspired, constantly entertained, but rarely inventive, constantly stimulated, but increasingly incapable of producing anything beyond reaction. The loss is not loud. It doesn't arrive with alarms or alerts, but it shows itself in subtle ways, in the hesitation to begin something new, in the reliance on templates instead of ideas, in the shrinking tolerance for ambiguity, for silence, for the unknown. We blame ourselves for feeling uninspired, but the truth is, we have outsourced our attention to systems that never let it rest long enough to regenerate. Boredom, as uncomfortable as it is, was the signal that it was time to turn inward, to invent, to explore. But now, the moment it arises, we reach for a screen. And that screen gives us something: news, memes, messages, videos, updates. But it takes more than it gives. It takes our patience. It takes our incubation time. It takes the long, slow burn that precedes insight. And because we never stay with boredom long enough to reach the other side, we stay trapped on the surface of thought, skipping from distraction to distraction, idea to idea, without ever going deep. This depth deprivation affects more than art or writing or problem solving. It affects how we think about ourselves. Because creativity isn't just a skill, it is a mode of being. It is how we metabolize experience, how we resolve contradiction, how we bring meaning to chaos. And without access to that internal generative space, we begin to feel hollow. Not because we lack capacity, but because we lack conditions. A mind that never rests, never regenerates. And a mind that never wanders, never wonders. Our ancestors knew boredom intimately. They watched fires. They stared at the sky. They walked without headphones. And in those moments, their minds rehearsed conversations, imagined futures, solved problems, invented tools, composed poems. Boredom was not a void. It was a threshold, a cognitive liminal space where the known loosened its grip and the possible emerged. And now we fill that space instantly. Waiting in line, we scroll sitting on the bus, we stream. Pausing between tasks, we check. Even in the bathroom, we swipe. There is no gap, no lull, no interlude. And because there is no mental downtime, there is no creative upsurge. We are like fields never left fallow, overworked, undernourished, producing less with more effort. And we wonder why our ideas feel derivative, why our work feels forced, why our thoughts feel fragmented. It is not because we are less creative. It is because we are less bored. And less boredom means fewer opportunities for the mind to do what it does best when unstimulated. Play, imagine, combine, surprise. This matters not just for artists or thinkers, but for everyone. Creativity is how we adapt, how we innovate, how we empathize, how we break patterns and build new ones. And its source is not always passion or pressure. It is often the quiet discontent of boredom, the itch to do something different, to create meaning where there was none. But if we never allow ourselves to be bored, truly bored, not just momentarily restless, we lose that itch. Or worse, we redirect it into consumption. Instead of creating, we scroll. Instead of reflecting, we react. Instead of building, we binge. And the more we do this, the more creativity becomes something we consume from others, not something we cultivate in ourselves. This is not just a lifestyle issue, it is a developmental one. Children who are never bored, never learn how to self-generate engagement. They become dependent on external input. They struggle to tolerate silence, to play imaginatively, to think divergently. Their nervous systems become calibrated to constant novelty, and novelty is not the same as creativity. Novelty entertains. Creativity transforms, and transformation requires friction. It requires resistance. It requires the absence of easy answers. Boredom provides that. But only if we stop treating it like a failure. Only if we stop medicating it with micro-entertainments. Only if we relearn how to sit with it. Because boredom, left uninterrupted, becomes the doorway to something deeper. Not just creativity, but insight, resilience, even selfhood. When the noise clears, we hear ourselves again, our real questions, our real interests, our unrealized possibilities. But we cannot force this. We can only allow it. And allowing boredom in a culture designed to eliminate, it is an act of rebellion. It requires intention. It requires discomfort. It requires remembering that before every great idea, there was a pause. Before every innovation, there was a wandering. Before every breakthrough, there was a breakdown of attention that preceded it. Not by accident, but by design. The brain needs space. The soul needs stillness. Imagination needs boredom, the way muscles need rest. Without it, we keep trying to think harder, to do more, to force inspiration when what we need is to stop, to wait, to be still long enough for the deeper layers of mind to rise. This is not laziness. It is incubation. It is compost. It is the dark from which light emerges. And if we continue to deny ourselves this darkness, this fertile, uncomfortable stillness, we may continue to be productive, but we will stop being creative. And in doing so, we will lose not only our ideas, but our ability to imagine new ones. We will become efficient, but unoriginal, informed but uninspired, awake but unalive. But we don't have to stay here. We can reclaim boredom, we can protect it, we can schedule it, defend it, reframe it, we can model it for our children, we can make space for it in our days. We can walk without distraction, sit without scrolling, wait without entertainment, think without input. And slowly, the mind begins to breathe again. Increasing instant gratification need. You didn't wake up one day needing everything to happen now. Faster, immediately. Not in a single dramatic shift, not in a conscious rebellion against slowness, but rather, it crept in like a quiet tide, unnoticed at first, trained into your nervous system drop by digital drop, by a world that began rewarding immediacy long before you had the language to name the craving, by devices and platforms and feedback loops that collapsed centuries of patience into flashes of dopamine and milliseconds of gratification, until your perception of time, effort, and satisfaction was no longer shaped by lived experience, but by engineered convenience, until slowness itself began to feel not like stillness or contemplation, but like suffering, like failure, like a flaw in the system, rather than a function of being human. The shift was not a choice, but a conditioning, a rewiring so gradual and so pervasive that you mistook it for personality, for preference, for modern life, until the rhythms of your biology no longer synced with the sun or the seasons, but with buzzes, alerts, and the algorithmic tempo of an attention economy, optimized not for your flourishing, but for your engagement, for your impulsivity, for your submission to the now. It was in the way waiting was recast as inefficiency, how silence was reframed as awkwardness, how yearning was pathologized as weakness, until desire itself became something to be extinguished as quickly as it arose, rather than explored, nourished, or understood. And so, what once required cultivation, skills, relationships, ideas, was flattened into consumables, into flicks and taps and scrolls, where resolution preceded effort, where anticipation was eliminated, and where the richness of experience was replaced by the speed of access, leaving behind not a generation of time savers, but a culture of urgency addicts, whose very sense of satisfaction was short, circuited before it could mature. This is not just a behavioral trend or a societal quirk. It is a fundamental transformation in how your brain processes reward, how your emotions regulate expectation, how your identity anchors itself in the flow of time. Because this is not merely about wanting things quickly. It is about needing them instantly, reflexively, habitually, until your nervous system no longer tolerates delay. Not because it's dangerous, but because you've been trained to interpret it as intolerable, as friction, as lack. And what once cultivated discipline now cultivates discomfort. What once stretched your capacity for endurance now shortens your ability to tolerate stillness. What once marked maturity now feels like deprivation. This is not an exaggeration. It's a neurochemical reality. Your dopamine system, once tuned to long arcs of effort and payoff, is now primed for spikes, for unpredictability, for the next notification, the next hit, the next burst of relevance, meaning you are no longer pursuing goals, but chasing triggers, no longer growing through challenge, but reacting to cues, as your brain becomes less a compass and more a radar, constantly scanning for stimuli that promise pleasure without pause. And in that scanning, in that hunger, in that endless tilt toward the next, something deeper is lost, something structural, something soulful, something tied not just to how you feel, but to who you become. Because delayed gratification is not just an old-fashioned virtue, it is the psychological scaffolding for every meaningful human achievement. It is the foundation of resilience, the seedbed of wisdom, the muscle behind mastery. And when you erode that foundation, you do not just lose patience, you lose character, coherence, the ability to persist through ambiguity, and build meaning through time. You lose the arc of becomings, because everything that lasts, love, art, knowledge, selfhood, requires a sustained engagement with discomfort, with incompletion, with not knowing. And when you are trained to flee those states, you are trained to abandon depth itself. The shift is measurable, documented, undeniable. Attention spans are shrinking. Tolerance for ambiguity is plummeting. The threshold for stimulation keeps rising. The baseline for boredom keeps dropping. We seek simplicity not for clarity, but to escape complexity. We crave quick fixes, not because they work, but because the alternative, effort, waiting, uncertainty, feels foreign, threatening, unbearable. And so, you scroll instead of sit, skim instead of reflect, react instead of respond, swipe instead of stay. But in doing so, you begin to hollow out the mechanisms of real connection, of learning, of identity, because those things are forged not in ease but in friction, not in velocity but in duration, not in gratification but in growth. And the more we escape the hard, the more we become fragile in the face of it, mistaking convenience for progress, mistaking novelty for growth, mistaking stimulation for joy. This is the paradox of instant gratification. The more you indulge it, the less satisfied you feel, not because you are broken, but because your system is being hijacked, nudged toward shallowness by designs that reward your reaction, not your reflection. And in that shallowness, your sense of purpose begins to erode. You lose the thread of narrative that connects effort to meaning, discipline to dignity, struggle to story. Because story takes time. It unfolds. It deepens. It requires space between the beats. But when everything becomes a hit, a loop, a ping, a pop. There is no room for narrative. There is only consumption, and you cannot consume your way to meaning. You must build it. Brick by invisible brick, through effort, delay, sacrifice. That is the paradox you must now wrestle with. To feel more alive, you may have to slow down. To feel more whole, you may have to wait. To feel more joy, you may have to endure, because the deepest forms of joy, those that emerge not from stimulus, but from substance, require your full presence, your sustained attention, your refusal to skip the hard parts. And that is the invitation this moment offers, to reclaim the sacred pause, to rediscover the richness of waiting, to rebuild the capacity to sit with longing without needing to resolve it, to feel desire without rushing toward its collapse, not as punishment, but as practice, as training, as rebellion against the tyranny of the now, because the now, when weaponized, is not presence. It is distraction. It is noise dressed as urgency. It is the theft of your deeper life. But you can take it back. You can choose to wait, to walk, to write, to reread, to practice something that doesn't come easy, to endure boredom without fleeing, to choose complexity over convenience, meaning over momentum, depth over speed. You can train your system gently, gradually, to delay again, to feel again, to become again. Not in opposition to technology, but in defiance of its worst design. By reintroducing pauses, by inviting reflection, by celebrating the slow, the incomplete, the not yet. Because this is where life is made, not in the getting, but in the growing, not in the click, but in the climb. And you are still capable of that climb. Your brain can rewire, your rhythms can resettle, your soul can recalibrate. But only if you decide that not everything has to be now. Only if you remember that some of the best things in life, the truest love, the deepest learning, the most enduring peace, do not arrive on demand. They arrive through persistence, through patience, through presence. And that presence is not a given. It is a choice, one you can make again and again and again, even now. Outsourced thinking to AI tools. You probably didn't realize the shift while it was happening. Not because you weren't observant, not because you lacked intelligence or failed to notice the patterns, but because the very systems that were rewiring your relationship to attention were doing so beneath the threshold of conscious awareness, subtly, elegantly, invisibly, so that the transformation felt less like change and more like evolution, less like intrusion and more like convenience. As the act of focusing, once an inner muscle you consciously flexed and disciplined, became increasingly rerouted, increasingly outsourced, increasingly assisted by systems that responded before you even formulated a need, that anticipated before you articulated, that guided before you questioned. And in that seamlessness, that predictive smoothness, something fundamental began to shift inside you. A quiet surrendering of the internal compass that once pointed toward curiosity, ambiguity, struggle, and growth. What started as helpful became habitual, what started as optional became automatic, and what began as tools to enhance our cognition gradually turned into extensions of it, until the lines between thinker and system, between question and computation, between mind and mechanism, began to blur, dissolve, and in many cases, collapse entirely. This was not a conscious decision, not a betrayal of intellect or spirit, but a drift. A slow, frictionless drift into a mode of existence where questions no longer lingered, where confusion no longer brewed insight, where the wandering mind no longer had time to roam because the road to every answer had already been paved. And so, we find ourselves now in a strange, liminal moment, on the edge of a cognitive evolution so profound that it touches not just how we think, but why we think. Not just what we know, but how we come to know it. We are not merely outsourcing tasks. We are outsourcing cognition itself, delegating memory, reasoning, creativity, and even self-reflection to engines of computation that do not pause, do not fatigue, and do not forget. And the seduction is undeniable. We type half a thought and receive a full paragraph. We input a vague prompt and are gifted polished insight. We whisper a desire and are met with intelligent response. But in the luxury of these miracles lies a quiet erosion, a subtle rewiring of what it means to think, to learn, to understand, not because the technology is flawed, but because we are unprepared for what it replaces. The friction of thought, the very tension that sharpens insight, the resistance that strengthens cognition, is disappearing, and in its absence grows a kind of mental passivity, a gentle numbing of the very faculties that once made us human, not just in biology, but in essence, the will to explore, the endurance to dwell in not knowing, the stubborn pursuit of meaning through our own effort, rather than inherited from code. This is not an anti-AI sermon. This is a reckoning with a deeper question that too few are brave enough to ask in a world dazzled by speed and fluency. What happens to a civilization when thinking becomes optional? What happens to individuals, students, scientists, writers, dreamers, when effort becomes obsolete, when the climb toward understanding is bypassed for the ease of instant insight, when knowledge is no longer something to be earned, but something to be received, endlessly, flawlessly, without friction? Historically, the value of knowledge was not just in its accuracy, but in its acquisition. The journey mattered. The missteps mattered. The confusion was not a glitch in the system. It was the signal that learning was occurring, that a new synapse was forming, that the brain was building something it did not previously possess. But now, that signal is being silenced. The discomfort that once preceded understanding is being anesthetized. The moments of cognitive struggle that once forged mental resilience are being outsourced to systems that promise efficiency, but may also deliver erosion, an erosion of cognitive independence, of intellectual ownership, of epistemic humility. Because when you no longer have to remember, you stop understanding what memory was for. When you no longer have to wrestle with contradiction, you forget how synthesis is born. When you no longer need to imagine, your inner world begins to dull. Your creative muscles begin to atrophy. Your sense of authorship begins to slip. And in its place grows a comfort so sleek, so seamless, that it rarely feels like loss. Until you try to think deeply and find only echoes, until you search for an original thought and discover only permutations, until you try to struggle and find the muscle is gone, because struggle, cognitive friction, mental effort, these are not annoyances to be eliminated. They are the crucibles in which understanding is forged. And without them, learning becomes mimicry. Thinking becomes repetition. This is the hidden cost of cognitive outsourcing. Not just a change in behavior, but a change in being. We begin to ask AI not just for assistance, but for initiation. We let it start the process, lead the thought, finish the sentence. And every time we do, we reinforce a dangerous assumption: that human thought is inefficient, that original cognition is optional, that inspiration is best when generated, not earned. But inspiration is not a product, it is a process. One born of collision, of conflict, of contradiction. It arises not from smoothness, but from disruption. And that disruption requires space, mental space, emotional space, existential space, space that cannot exist when every pause is filled, when every silence is optimized, when every act of uncertainty is met not with curiosity, but with correction. The tragedy here is not that AI thinks, it's that we might forget how to, that we might become so habituated to seamless response that we lose the hunger to explore unstructured questions, to sit in ambiguity, to fail forward. And in doing so, we risk reducing the human mind to a glorified query engine. Fast, reactive, surface, deep. But the mind is more than that. It is not simply a processor of inputs and outputs. It is a landscape of memory, emotion, contradiction, and wonder. And these cannot be simulated. They must be lived. The act of thinking, slow, flawed, tentative, uncertain, is how we encounter the world not just intellectually, but existentially. It is how we form identity, how we cultivate empathy, how we become. Remove the effort, and you remove the becoming, because cognition is not a static capacity. It is a dynamic, evolving expression of attention, emotion, imagination, and will. And when those faculties are numbed or sidelined, we lose more than sharpness. We lose meaning. We lose story. We lose soul. The danger: we are not being overtaken by machines. We are stepping aside, handing over our inner lives, and doing so not with fear, but with gratitude, with delight, with relief. Because it is easier, but easier is not always better. Efficiency is not always virtuous. And in the sacred space between effort and insight, between confusion and clarity, lies the essence of human growth. So let us not forget to pause, to ponder, to wrestle, to rewrite. Let us remember that learning is not just acquiring information. It is undergoing transformation. That asking is not just about receiving. It is about evolving. That thinking is not merely mechanical. It is personal, embodied, and alive. If we lose that, if we outsource too much for too long, we may wake up in a world filled with intelligence, but starved of wisdom, surrounded by answers, but devoid of depth, overflowing with knowledge, but empty of knowing. And the most tragic part, we may not even notice, because the loss will wear the mask of progress, and the silence of our inner lives will be drowned out by the fluency of machines. But somewhere deep within, we will feel it. That quiet ache, that ghost of curiosity, that unnameable sense that something essential has dimmed. And when that moment comes, may we have the courage to turn inward again, to reclaim the effort, the messiness, the slowness, the wondering, because that is where humanity lives. Not in the answer, but in the asking, not in the speed, but in the search, not in the perfection of the machine, but in the imperfection of the mind that dares to become more than it was.